Hello and welcome in everybody tuning in on YouTube. It is good to have you here with me today. We have already started our debates for today and we have our first guest named Aaron up on our live. Mr. Aaron, thanks for calling in. You told us that you voted for Trump. Why did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump because of his tariffs, because they're going to open up more jobs.
Okay, so you voted for Trump because of his tariffs, because you think his tariffs will generate more jobs. So there's two things to consider here. First and foremost, tariffs actually slow GDP growth in the long term because they reduce consumer confidence and they negate a focus on comparative advantage, which means we're more inefficient in producing the goods we do. And then secondarily, there's other protectionist policies such as subsidizing corporate America to increase their productive capacities that would generate more jobs without the negative consequences of tariffs, like, depleted relations with our allies or inflation for the American consumer. But I do just want to ask you real quick, how old are you, Aaron?
18,
18. What year were you born in?
2006, 10-4.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. Okay, so that was kind of my response to your first argument right there. If you'd like me to word it a little bit differently, Amy, thank you so much for the galaxy. Just let me know, and I bet I can.
Okay.
So do you want me to word it a little bit differently?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, man. I got you. So tariffs create a lot of bad side effects. Like they make you pay more for your groceries, and they really hurt our relationships with other countries. So even if they increase more jobs, I think those side effects are, to be noted. And maybe another idea is that there's other things we could do to increase American jobs, like subsidizing corporate America, giving them more money to invest into expanding their companies to hire more Americans, right?
yeah,
That achieves that same end goal without those bad side effects of like inflation or worsen relations.
yeah.
So that's why tariffs are bad.
Yeah, but also I view it as a positive because it opens up more jobs, gives more people a chance to work for a living.
All right, Aaron. Well, Aaron, that's exactly what like subsidizing corporate America would do because we'd be giving the companies more money to hire more Americans by expanding their ability to create more products for lower prices.
Yeah,
So it's doing the same thing that tariffs are. It just doesn't cause inflation or like the other bad side effects, like reducing global relations. So that's why tariffs are bad because there's something else that we could do to achieve that same goal without any of
yeah.
the negative consequences.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I was just a little confused on the negatives.
yeah, like a negative side effect of tariffs is that you pay more for groceries.
Yeah.
It's pretty negative side effect. Inflation is bad.
Yep.
Also, consumers become less confident in the markets, and we see that GDP growth slows and the stock market goes down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of negative side effects there.
Well, thank you for educating me. I appreciate it.
Aaron, I appreciate you for joining the live, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day, man.
You too.
Have a good one, Aaron. We're gonna go to get that next guy. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the live right now, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute. Mouse, thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube saying, would you consider doing a 3v1 with MAGA callers? Parker did it last night, and I noticed that their more mindful voters were able to hear the ignorance within their own party. Thank you for all that you do. Dude, I used to do 6v1s. Maybe we'll do that again today because it is pretty fun. What's going on, Parrish? Did you vote for Trump? All right. Parrish, hello. Did you vote for Trump? What? Are you in the bath? Are you taking a shit? Parrish, bud, you're on the live. Okay, we're just gonna kick them. We're just gonna kick them. If you're curious, their profile picture was like Donald Trump AI'd to be a part of the American flag. I wasn't expecting much from him, but that was definitely even somehow below the bar. That's already 6 feet underground. So we're gonna go ahead and just move on to the next guest here. All right, guys, just what's going on? Apologies. Did you vote for Trump? All right, man. We'll give you a second here to respond. Doesn't look like he's here. So go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that live chat if you want to join up. We're going to just start pulling from the live chat, honestly. Pulling from the queue, gives us really unreliable guests. So if you do want to come up and debate, just go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section. But we got our next guest, Ashley, on the live. Ashley, you have a liberal name. Did you vote for Trump? Or are you trolling? Okay, well, Ashley just straight up isn't here either, so everyone just give us a minute. We get that next guest loading up into the box right now, y'all. Everyone just be patient, y'all. We got 7,000 people in that TikTok live, guys. Make sure that we're double
Hello?
tapping. Maddie, I saw that you spam MAGA in the chat. You voted for Trump?
No, I did not. I voted for, well, I personally would vote for Camilla.
Or her name's pronounced
I just want to
Kamala?
know a couple more things.
Why did you pronounce
Kamala, sorry, I'm so sorry.
why did you spam MAGA in the chat then, bro? Come on, guys. Like the chat is supposed to be the reliable fallback for bringing people up to debate that definitely voted for Trump because there's no way that you could unintentionally spam MAGA in the chat. Okay? All right. So don't deceive me, you guys. What's up, hello? Did you vote for Trump?
Hey there, no, I'm from Italy actually. I just wanted to thank you for.
Lo, I do appreciate you so much for the love, and I'm sorry for kicking you out, man. We are just looking for debates, but everyone, please show some love to Lo. What's up, Caleb? Did you vote for Trump?
I did vote for Trump. How are you today, Dean?
Dude, I'm doing great, but you're driving, and unfortunately, you can't be driving in accordance with TikTok's TOS while you're on live. We are getting unlucky today, you guys. We're spinning the slot machine, and we're losing all of our money. What's up, Nate? Did you vote for Trump? Okay, moving on. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got that next guest loading up. We got Kevin loading into that box. Go ahead and drop a me or a MAGA in that live chat if you want to come up. Lars, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. What is going on, Kevin? Did you vote for Trump?
Huh?
Mr. Kevin, are you here?
Huh?
I'm literally just
Hey.
asking you if you're here. Dude,
Listen, man.
what is going on today? I'm so sorry, guys. We will get that first debate. We will get that first debate going, y'all. I promise that we will get that first conversation going on. What's up, Sam? Did you vote for Trump?
Oh, I didn't mean to. It was an accident.
No worries, man. Next guest, Daisy's loading up. Everybody, just check and see if you're in that queue. Okay. And if you are, ask yourself, am I 18 or older and did I vote for Trump? If your answer to either of those questions is no, just like leave the queue, please. Okay. Hello, Daisy. Did you vote for Trump? Daisy, you're on, man. It's your time to shine. Are you here? Ah, dear God, guys, what is going on? Next guest is loading up, you guys. Wow, we got this. We just got to keep powering through. Hello, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
20.
What year were you born in? All right. You know, I just want to put it out there that like the trolls aren't funny at all. Like you are seriously so incredibly unfunny. The only person that laughed at you was you. And I'm sorry for the tough love, but when we make the rules of the stream so incredibly clear, and I couldn't be any more precise with what I'm saying, you know, it's really cringy. But we're gonna go ahead and get that next guest up in here, guys. We got Michael loading into the live, y'all. Just give us a minute. What is going on, Jay? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Awesome. Michael, did you vote for Trump? All right, it looks like it's just you, Jay. So, Mr. Jay, why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Because I think Trump is going to exacerbate and accelerate the downfall of America.
Okay. So, would you voted for Hitler since he did the same thing for essentially all of Europe?
Would I vote for Hitler? No. Do I think that people would reach a turning point? Yes. And I definitely regret that because I don't feel as though Americans have the backbone to actually reach a turning point.
Okay, I don't even know what that means. So you vote for the candidate that you think will generate the worst outcomes. Why?
I think that people are afraid to mobilize. I mean, Ka- Kamala,
Kamala?
Kamala, is like anti-Palestine, and like,
So are you.
am I?
Yeah, because you voted for the guy that wants to personally own claim ownership of the Gaza Strip falsely and ethnically cleanse 2.1 million people. You're actually more pro-Israel than Kamala Harris is. You are, definitely, 110%.
I would say that I this is more of an accelerationist argument.
Okay, so you're
And
just describing that you have intentions that don't lead to the death of, sorry, or the ethnic cleansing of 2 million Palestinians? Well, you're wrong because they do. Yeah, because any way you want to word it, a result of your vote for Trump is the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip because that's what he wants. Yeah, you're more pro-Israel than Kamala Harris.
so, do you think that Kamala Harris would have prevented the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip?
I think that she wouldn't have had the same plan of Trump that Trump does to personally go and annex, occupy, and remove all of the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip and rebuild
Right.
Riviera
I
for
mean,
Netanyahu.
Kamala wouldn't have
But
had the plan
why are
to.
we having this debate? Do you like call yourself pro-Palestine? Do you think that you care about the Palestinian people?
Yes, I think I
So you
do.
vote for you vote for like the worst of two evils. You
Did you
vote.
vote for Kamala?
Yeah, I did. I voted for the lesser of two
Okay, so
evils. Why
you
did you
also
vote for the?
voted for the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people.
I voted for the lesser of two evils. You voted for the worst of two evils.
Okay, Trump wants to turn it into real estate. Kamala wanted to let Israel go in and kill everyone and take it over.
So
Tell me,
let's look at the
what is
difference.
the
Let's look
difference
at.
for Gazans in that situation?
I'll absolutely tell you the difference for Palestine under Kamala Harris presidency compared to a Trump presidency. Kamala Harris wanted to send funding to Israel. Kamala Harris wanted to give some humanitarian support to Palestine. Kamala Harris put some restrictions on some weapon shipments, such as 3,000-pound bombs. Donald Trump, on the other hand, says that we need to give Israel everything that they could ever possibly need to finish the job they started, supports no humanitarian aid to Palestine whatsoever, wants to deport pro-Palestinian protesters from America, and personally wants to go and occupy and own the Gaza Strip and forcefully relocate over 2 million people to elsewhere. So it is the case that Donald Trump is significantly worse for Palestine. And let me guess, you're not going to respond to the individual points I just gave you, because if you do, it'll either lead to a concession or pure hypocrisy and an avoidance of logic and fact.
No, I mean, I could respond to the individual points, but I think the overarching argument that you're ignoring is that either way, Palestine would be ethnically cleansed. Whether Kamala says, oh, she wants to provide humanitarian aid, she's not going to stop weapon shipments to Israel. She's not going to stop supporting Israel because that is.
Yeah, so that wasn't my argument. I just think that you're either thinking about things too densely, too binary, or you don't possess the ability to abstractly and critically think about an issue. I'm not denying that Kamala Harris had pro-Israel policy. I'm just merely affirming that Donald Trump was more pro-Israel than Kamala Harris, and a Trump presidency would lead to worse conditions for the Palestinians compared to a Harris presidency, and that's an undeniable, uncontestable fact. All right, and but you don't want to like engage in that level of critical thought. Like I mean, trust me, I've talked to a lot of people that come up here saying that they voted for Trump because Kamala Harris was pro-Israel, and ultimately, what you lack that I have is the ability to critically think about a comparative analysis to determine which of the two candidates was the lesser of two evils, and you rather ignore that and you just say, well, Kamala Harris at the end of the day was not pro-Palestinian, therefore somehow voting for Trump was justified, and you just kind of like are willfully ignorant to the nuances of the discussion.
No, I mean, I think that the comparative analysis here is that, like, you not being in the situation of Gazans, like, Kamala Harris would have been a better president for you. Kamala Harris would have been a better president for the average American. But at the end of the day, it was not going to stop the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. It was not going to stop U.S. imperialism. And
You see, there you
something
go.
that
You're
Trump
just going.
does.
You're going right back. You're going right back to that black and white statement that at the end of the day, it was not going to stop harm being committed upon Palestinians. However, it was less harm compared to Donald Trump. So I actually think it's funny that you're proposing this critique that Kamala Harris would have been better for me, and I just forget or don't acknowledge or value the hardships experienced by Palestinians. But it is for that reason that I voted for Kamala Harris, because I think it is you that does not value the additional hardship and ethnic cleansing and death that Palestinians will undergo given a Trump presidency compared to a Harris presidency. And keep in mind, this is my fifth time reaffirming this fact, and this will be your sixth time responding by saying, well, at the end of the day, she was still pro-Israel, ignoring the nuance for a sixth time, like a broken record.
Okay, sorry. I guess to be clear, in a genocide, there is no nuance. In a
Abso-
genocide,
yeah,
it is an ethnic cleansing.
absolutely. There's
Everyone
nuance.
dies.
Absolutely,
So
there's nuance. I'm so
you
sorry.
could
If you
be
want to
like,
ignore
oh,
the
I give
nuance,
slaves bread,
if you want
or
to
I
ignore,
don't
if you
give
want,
slaves bread.
if you want to
Either
ignore,
way, they're still slaves, right?
if you want to ignore the nuance that Donald Trump will lead to more Palestinians dying, more Palestinians being killed, more Palestinians living in worse conditions, and you just want to
Genocide
view.
means everyone dies.
So
That's what that means.
so you don't think that there's any Palestinians living on the Gaza Strip?
Yes, there are Palestinians living in the
So then you
Gaza
don't
Strip.
think that
Are you
Israel's
telling
been
me
committing a
that Kamala
genocide?
Harris was going to prevent the
Wait,
genocide?
Jay, answer my question. So then you don't think there's a genocide because not everyone has died?
I think there is an ongoing genocide.
Wait, but you just said that a genocide
leads
is
to
where everyone
dying.
dies.
Genocide does mean everyone dies. So whether
So
it's
then you don't
slowly or
think that they've
whether it's with
genocided.
humanitarian aid,
So
it
you don't
doesn't
think
make
that
a
they've
difference.
genocided Palestinian
Everyone's going to
individuals
die.
already?
Say that again?
So I just want to clarify. So you think that no humanitarian aid to Palestinians and personally going into the Gaza Strip and kicking 2 million people off of the Gaza Strip is synonymous to some humanitarian aid to Palestinians and not personally ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip, right? So a restriction on 3,000-pound bombs, right, and preventing those from being in the hands of the IDF is synonymous to no restrictions on any bombs, under your view, right? Those two things are identical?
If both end in the complete ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip, yes, those two things are identical.
Okay, so you're just arguing that there would be no difference between the material impact upon Palestinians under a Harris presidency compared to a Trump policy, under a Trump presidency?
Not only that, but my larger point, which I was making, is that U.S. imperialism under Trump is actually worse. It doesn't function as
I
well.
just want to clarify that, like, right now, if Kamala Harris was elected, we'd still have all 2.1 million Palestinians on the Gaza Strip being forcefully relocated to Jordan and Egypt by the American government.
Under Kamala Harris, she would have allowed Israel to
Can you just answer my question,
enact
please?
those plans. Yes.
Can you answer my question?
The U.S. government might not directly say that they're doing it, but she would have allowed Israel to do it and supplied them with the means to do it.
Wait, so then why isn't Israel just doing it right now under Trump?
I'm sorry. Are you saying that there's not an ongoing genocide that Israel is committing?
No, that's not what I said at all. I do believe that Israel's ethnically cleansing Palestinians, and they have been for the last 3 years and historically in the last 100. But my question
Okay,
was,
sorry,
is
because you
Israel-
asked me
is
why
Israel-
isn't Israel doing that under Trump? And
Yeah,
I'm trying to
but the
figure out what are
specific
they
que-
not doing.
Yeah, the specific question that I asked you was going into the Gaza Strip, planning for a forceful relocation of all 2.1 million Palestinians on the Strip to Egypt and Jordan to build a Riviera.
Are you clear on like what Israel has been doing? Because basically occupying land is forceful relocation, which has been going on for years, hundreds of years. So I'm just trying to make sure that you understand.
Okay,
Yes, that is
obviously,
what
obviously,
Israel is
there's
doing.
no,
That's what they've been
obviously,
doing.
there's no way I'm going to be able to convince you on this because you just don't value higher levels of harm caused to Palestinians, regardless of the presidency, and you do think that the levels of harms are identical. So my question to you is, if the levels of harm caused to the Palestinians would be identical under a Trump presidency compared to a Harris presidency, why wouldn't you then vote for Harris because she's better in other contexts?
Because I think that U.S. imperialism, and this is what I was trying to say before, U.S. imperialism under Harris would have functioned as effectively as it always has. This is the same problem that I had with Hillary. The Democratic war machine is much more subtle and much more effective. Essentially, it allows the U.S. to colonize.
Well, I don't think that you're. I don't think that
exploit
you're
other
listening. I don't think
countries.
that you're listening to my question because you said that both Trump and Harris were synonymously as bad for Palestine. So, given that Trump and Harris are just as bad for Palestine, then why did you vote for Trump when Harris would have been significantly better than Trump for every other issue?
Right. So I see what you're like, you're bringing the point back, but I actually am explaining to you what the other issues are, which is US imperialism at large.
Wait, so you think that Kamala Harris would have been worse for U.S. imperialism than Donald Trump?
Yeah, Trump
Wait,
is
really?
destroying.
What would Kamala Harris have done worse than like saying that that Trump may use the military to invade Greenland, use economic war to annex Canada and the Panama Canal, while also essentially giving half of Ukraine to Russia and being his puppet?
Okay, so when you say things like that, you start to dismantle and destroy like the machinations that allow US imperialism to function like smoothly and effectively because US imperialism is about subtlety. It's about CIA backed coups. It's about the IMF. It's about like leverage and threats
So
so
can you
that
tell
you
me what
don't
Kamala Harris
actually
wanted to
go
do that
to a
was
physical
worse?
war.
Can you tell me what Kamala Harris wanted to do that was worse than any of the things that I just said were true of Trump?
Um, I think that Kamala Harris and Trump effectively would have been doing the same things. The only difference is that
Yeah.
Trump is really fucking bad at it.
Yeah.
And so he is
So then
threatening
once
people
again,
with physical war.
once again, like I've already explained to you how that premise is false, but let's just assume that it's true because if Trump and Harris are just as bad for U.S.
You think
imperialism,
Trump is better at US imperialism than Kamala Harris would have been?
absolutely. Absolutely. Are
Okay.
you kidding me? Yeah, he said that he may use the military to invade and overtake Greenland, and he's using tariffs as a
And
form
you
of
think that's
economic
worse than
coercion
sending the CIA?
to annex Canada as a 51st state as well as the Panama Canal. Like what? All right. But under your worldview, you said that Kamala Harris and Trump had identical means to an end insofar as the expansion of the U.S. through imperialism. So then why did you not vote for Kamala Harris because she was better in other contexts? So assuming that they're both just as bad at imperialism, okay, well then how about we just evaluate their domestic policy? Because Kamala Harris had good domestic policy plus U.S. imperialism. Then Donald Trump had bad domestic policy plus U.S. imperialism. Doesn't this still make Kamala Harris a better candidate out of the two? Unmute Jay. Guy probably hates the horseshoe theory. Oh, for sure. Oh, fucking for sure. Like, I'll just give you like one example. Okay. So Kamala Harris is an imperialist, but Kamala Harris wants to end 66 million human rights violations that Donald Trump caused by overturning Roe v. Wade and rescinding the right to get an abortion back down to the state level. Donald Trump is an imperialist, but he wants to continue these 66 million human rights violations, and he wants to usher in economic policy which will serve to the detriment of anybody making under $400,000 per year. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris's economic policy would have uplifted the purchasing power of 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. So all things considered, Kamala Harris was still yet the better candidate.
Okay, I'll put it like this. Do you think Iran-Contra is a human rights violation?
Okay, so because you didn't respond to that, I'm going to go ahead and kick you. And we're going to go to move on to the next guest because I was trying to communicate that point to you for about the last 5 to 10 minutes. And because you were unable to respond to the point, we're just simply going to go ahead and move on. What is going on, Theo? Did you vote for Trump?
I did not, but I'm concerned with where our world is going.
Me too, Theo. And I do appreciate you for joining. However, we do just want to debate individuals that voted for Trump, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute. Yo, Gold, thank you for the $20 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. I do appreciate you for the love. Gold says, evening, Dean and chat. How we doing today? Debate's been going well. Not really, but I do appreciate you for the love, Gold. Then also Alexis, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying, hey again, Dean, thank you for doing what you do. I always look forward to watching your lives. Thank you for the love, Alexis. What is going on, Jake? Did you vote for Trump?
Yup.
How old are you? Also, for the people saying rare DNL, typically people don't lose debates by having their opponent pivot for 5 minutes. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. What is going on, Josh? Did you vote for Trump?
Hello there, Peter.
Did you vote for Trump?
No.
Okay, well then goodbye, because we are just looking to debate people that voted for Trump. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. We got Bruce Cat loading up into the box. Here we go, y'all. Here we go, y'all. Keep in mind, only do hop in that queue if you voted for Trump and go ahead and, yeah. It's like, for instance, Rocker in the YouTube chat says that was kind of a DNL. Okay, I'm sorry for being rational. Yeah, I'm just catching L's in debates by asking questions for 10 minutes and then getting no response. The only reason why you want to say Dean L was because he was virtue signaling about U.S. imperialism, which was subtly undermining and eroding the additional harm caused to the Palestinians via Trump administration compared to Kamala Harris administration, and completely negating the additional harm caused to American women and individuals in the low and middle class inside of America by just considering that to be inconsequential, meaningless, like pain caused via his vote for Trump, which he believed to be virtuous because for whatever reason, he prefers less imperialism with better conditions for American citizens over more imperialism with worse conditions for American citizens. Like the horseshoe theory is spot on, and it continues to prove to be the case every single time. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everybody just give us a minute while that next guest loads up. What is going on, Gingy? Did you vote for Trump?
Hell yeah, I did.
Awesome. Why is that?
I mean, every reason, the immigration problem we got, the low, he's going to lower the prices of gas like he did. He lowered the prices of inflation. Why not?
Did you just say lower the prices of inflation? What does that mean?
Lower the percentage of inflation. Jeez, Dean, come on. Stop trying to be a smart guy now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know what I'm talking
So
about.
he's gonna
I'm walking around right now. I'm in the middle of something right now.
He's actually going to increase inflation.
Or at the current state that it's at, I mean, did you see the chart? He dipped it way in half.
Okay, because what happens when America? Well, okay, actually,
Let's start with my first
wait.
point.
No. I was about to make a concession. I was about to make a concession.
Go ahead.
Unironic guest WDNL, Donald Trump actually is going to reduce levels of inflation. But why is that happening right now?
I'm not sure. Why is it happening right now? I think it's probably because of the tariffs, and now that we're actually making more money back. But what do you think?
No, absolutely not. It's because the Atlanta Fed is projecting a 3% recess in the GDP in the first financial quarter of 2025, and stock markets are dying, and we may be entering into a recession because of reductions in consumer confidence. But do you know what comes along? Do you know what comes along with a recession?
Right? Dean, come on, Dean. You know what a recession is.
I do know what a recession is.
It didn't start when Trump got elected. This is the previous administration causing the recession. People have said it for years. The CNN, the left have all said, no, it's not a recession. Oh, you actually have to prove this and this and this for it to be a recession. But the American people can feel that it's a recession.
Okay, first of all, if you think that the current results, like the current macroeconomic indicators were caused by the Biden-Harris administration, you are spot fucking off. Literally, the day of Donald Trump's
you don't gotta curse at me. I'm not cursing at you. Come on, I'm being respectful.
I'm sorry, I don't use like curse words in a disrespectful manner. They're just a part of my vocabulary, but I don't mind foregoing them for a conversation. So the current macroeconomic trends are not a result of the Biden-Harris administration, as we saw completely different macroeconomic trends at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. For instance, on the day of Donald Trump's inauguration, the Atlanta Fed was projecting a 4% increase in the American GDP in the first financial quarter of 2025. Now it's a 3% recess. It's also the case that we had all-time highs in the stock market, and under Donald Trump's presidency so far, we've experienced the quickest 24-hour free fall since the
Come on,
recession.
you know better.
So,
You know these guys are all buying it, and they're gonna buy it cheap. Come on, you know all the millionaires are buying it cheap. The stock market's not going nowhere. You know better than that. Come on. These millionaires aren't millionaires and by becoming idiots and just selling. They're gonna rebuy it at a low price, and they're gonna make tenfolds off of it. We all know that.
Oh, okay. So are you saying?
Anyway,
can
we get back to my first point?
I just want to clarify. Did you just say that the stock market going down is a good thing because it creates an investor's economy?
At the moment, yeah. I mean, it's not. Don't worry. It's not a
Cope. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you. The one troll meme funny talking point that has been stuck in my head on repeat that I've just been waiting for somebody to tell me is that Donald Trump is a business genius and he means to, serve as a detriment to the stock market because it creates a good opportunity to invest and scale your net worth. Fuck, I even tweeted this out the other day. I said, hey libs, Donald Trump is a true businessman. He's crashing the stock market to give you a good opportunity for investment. This is the biggest fucking cope of all goddamn time. It's crazy, dude. I'm fucking telling you that when we saw reductions in the stock market under Biden and Harris's presidency, all of a sudden Biden was the worst president in American history, worse than the slave owners, and you completely forgot about the fact that that was caused by a reduction in consumer confidence and spending caused by COVID. But then when we see the quickest free falls in the stock market under Donald Trump's administration since the 2008 recession, it's a good thing because it's an investment opportunity.
Don't put words
it's
in my mouth.
craziness.
Don't put words in my mouth.
I cannot believe that you justify our stock market going to shit.
I'm saying
as a good
the
thing.
stock market is cheap. Everything is cheap, and it's time to buy. That's all I'm saying.
Are you saying that's a good thing that the stock market's been
I
made
said
cheaper?
for me, it's a good thing. I'm going to put a good amount of money. I'm a 30-year-old male.
my
I
God.
make money in my savings.
Wait, what is the stock market going down indicative of? Worse performance or better performance from American businesses?
I promise you, it's going to rise back up.
That's
And
not what I
promise
asked you.
Nvidia is going to fly for me too. On top of that.
That's not the question that I asked you.
Anyway, well, the first question I asked you, what about immigration? You don't want to talk about that. You've been avoiding that the whole
I would
time,
happily
right?
talk about immigration. Immigration is quite literally my favorite topic to discuss. But before we do, we just
So
have
let's talk
to
about
flesh out.
the immigration rates from 2020.
So we
how
could
many
do
people
that.
crossed from 2023
Gingy, I'm more than
February to
happy to
today?
entertain a conversation with you about immigration in about another 30 to 60 seconds as soon as you respond to my one last question here. When the stock market goes down, is that indicative of worse performance or better performance for American businesses?
I mean, obviously, the answer is going to be worse performance in the immediate, but not in the long term. When it rebounds, it's not going to be a bad thing. It's an immediate worse thing, not in the long term.
Trump's America.
So the long term, yeah. So you would rather have an immediate positive and a long term negative, or would you rather have an immediate negative and a long term positive?
Why are you assuming that Donald Trump's going to serve as a long-term positive?
Dude, just look at the charts. It's proven that with the tariffs, it's gonna bring all that money back to America with jobs, everything.
What's a tariff?
A tax on the import
Okay, and you think that tariffs
or
serve as
export, depending, whatever.
So there's a couple things I want to say about tariffs. So first and foremost, tariffs are not good for long-term sustainability and growth of an
Of course
economy.
not. I don't think you should keep tariffs long term. I think it's an immediate tariff's a good idea. I don't think you should keep this forever.
Weren't you just arguing that tariffs are only a good thing in the long term?
No, they make up. Yeah, a short term tariff makes up in the long term, but you don't keep tariffs long term. If you understand what I'm saying.
Wait, why would a short-term tariff be good in the long term? That doesn't make any
Because
sense.
you're going to bring American jobs back to here, and then you test the other countries, and companies, and you tell them that, like, this shit's going to happen again the next time. Every time you want to play around, we're just going to do this, and then you're going to have to come back.
Okay, well,
It's
first,
a game. It's a game of cat and mouse. At the end of the day,
okay,
money.
so,
You got to follow the money. Well, whoever's going to do it cheaper, that's who they're going to go to.
so you think that if tariffs incentivize companies to move back to America because of a tariff, that they'll just stay in America as soon as we get rid of the tariff, even though they can make more profit?
No, I'm
by
not
moving?
going to say that they are, but there's a majority because they're not going to want to keep playing the cat and mouse game.
Wait. Of course they'd want to keep playing the cat and mouse game. That's all that big corporations want to do.
It's a lot more overhead to keep moving it every 4 years. Trust me, dude.
Wait,
It's not that easy.
Wait, I just want to wait. If it's not that easy to move your the allocation of your resources and where you produce your good, well then
Move it
why
from
would they
China
move their
the US
manufacturing
to get
plant
the
from China
permits.
to America?
You know, it takes 2.5 years just to get the permits. So to move it from country to country, it's not that easy, dude.
Well,
Every
then
4
why would
years,
they
they're not
move
gonna
to
keep playing
America
the
if it's
game.
not that easy?
That's what I'm saying. You do the tariff now. It's a short-term tariff. You stick your out, and then from everybody plays ball, and then we all get along. What's wrong with everybody getting along?
Okay, well, I'll tell you a couple issues. So first of all, tariffs are actually bad for the long-term sustainability and growth in an economy. And the reason why that is that case is it forgoes comparative advantage. It makes us focus on producing things that we don't do so efficiently. And then secondarily,
Like what?
Like what? What do you mean?
What don't we produce efficiently?
Yeah, I'll just give you an example. Canada produces lumber more efficiently than America.
Yeah, because we don't need the lumber that we use. Of course, that's all they do all
Aluminum,
day. That's how
steel.
they produce most of their jobs is through lumber. So what do you mean? Obviously, they produce more lumber than we do. We have a ton of lumber. We just don't need those jobs.
The point is that when we implement those tariffs, right?
It's the same thing why we don't use our oil. We don't use our oil because we don't want to use our reserves too much. That's what Biden didn't want to do. So
What?
exactly our point. It's right under our feet. There's gold under our feet. Just use it.
Who is better for the domestic production of oil, Biden and Harris or Donald Trump?
You're saying the domestic production just because they didn't use it. Of course. Biden and Harris would be because they didn't want to use any of the oil. They wanted to
I'm
go
not
only
talking-
electrical.
So,
How about our grid?
So I want to let's just stay on one topic at a time. So first
Yeah,
of
of
all,
course,
I
of
didn't
course, of
ask
course.
you about how much domestic oil we're using. I asked you about how much
Actually,
we're
actually,
producing.
actually,
Sir,
Dean,
5
I
seconds,
appreciate it.
4
I'm getting a
seconds,
phone call
3
from my client.
seconds.
No, I'm getting a phone call from my client. I do got to go.
Jesus
I'll
Christ.
try to join back in 20 minutes.
You're gonna stress me out. You're gonna make me go bald. You can't come up here and like
I
interrupt
promise
me.
you I'll join back. I just got, no, it's an important phone call. I got to go. Bye.
He wasn't getting a phone call, by the way, because when you get a phone call and you're on a TikTok live, it puts your account on mute. So he was actually lying about getting a phone call. Jesus Christ. The dude comes up here, interrupts me every like 3 fucking words, comes up with a new point, puts me through a goddamn anti-intellectual blender, and then it's like, peace out. Caleb.
Hey, how are you, man? I'm not driving anymore.
Ah,
I was the one
perfect.
that you cut off for driving.
Perfect.
I was literally pulling into my driveway, so I'm glad you accepted it. Thank you, man.
Awesome, man. Abby, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. And Tyrell, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Huge shout out to Tyrell and Abby, as well as you, Tool, with the $5. So did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Awesome, man. Well, why did you do that?
Well, first off, I'm a Christian, so I felt that Trump better represented my values as a Christian in a political sense than Kamala. Is it Kamala? Kamala Harris?
Kamala, you got it right.
Kamala? It was Kamala. Okay. Then Kamala Harris did. And so, yeah, that was the main reason. I also thought that he, in his second debate, not the first one against Biden, but the second one against Harris, that he articulated himself better than she did, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I think I disagree. And I think Trump disagreed too. Because if Trump thought that he outperformed Kamala Harris in the debate, he probably wouldn't have falsely accused her of wearing an earpiece and getting the questions beforehand. But I would like to ask you about your first...
Could you repeat that last part? Sorry.
If Donald Trump thought that he outperformed Kamala Harris in the debate, he probably wouldn't have accused her of literally wearing an earpiece to know what to say to him. And he also probably wouldn't have accused her of getting the questions beforehand from ABC. But I would like to ask you about your first reason. You said that Donald Trump is more representative of Christian values. Which one specifically?
I would say, first of all, he's more supportive of the nuclear family.
What's the nuclear family?
A nuclear family is a two-parent household that produces children, usually, one like more than two.
A two-parent household that raises children?
Yes.
Okay, I actually don't think so.
You don't?
No. I don't think that Donald Trump is in better support of a two-parent household that raises children compared to the Democrat platform. The reason why I say that is for multiple reasons. One example of this would be the fact that he advocates for anti-abortion policy. When that actually harms the family unit, it forces the family unit away from financially well-off adults that consent to raising children and desire to start a family into making 18, 19, and 20-year-old boys and girls and becoming moms and dads and parents. Because it is the case that, all of a sudden we're now telling these young women that they have to give their bodily resources to a fetus for 9 months without their consent. It's also the case that Kamala Harris supported better conditions for new families, such as increasing the child tax credit and tax cuts for workers in the low and the middle class. And then I also feel as if it's important to mention the war on drugs, systemic racism, and over-policing of black individuals, black men specifically, and how that has pulled black fathers away from their family all throughout American history, and the detrimental effects that has had on young boys and girls across our country. And that is something that Donald Trump only stood to embolden. So I feel like from any perspective that we evaluate this issue, he's significantly worse for families compared to Kamala Harris.
Well, first of all, I'd like to agree with you on the point that the war on drugs was systemically harmful to black males. I'm actually working on a piece right now. I do some writing on the side, and I'm working on a piece right now titled Illegitimate. I'm from the state of Mississippi, where I think it's 52 or 54% of children in Mississippi are born to a one-parent household, which I think you can probably agree is harmful to them one way or the other, unless they're born into a two-parent abusive household or things along that line. The second thing I wanted to say, I know this is going to probably make you a little bit upset, but as a Christian, again, I am against abortion. So the abortion policies did not bother me terribly.
Well, they should have. Are you a Catholic or Orthodox?
I'm a Christian. I'm a non-denominational Christian.
Perfect. So that means that you agree with the New Testament, where we're taught that all sins are equal in the eyes of God apart from blasphemy.
They are, yes.
Would you agree that abortion violates one of the 10 Commandments just as lying does?
Yes.
Should lying to your child, telling them that Santa Claus is real, be illegal?
No, but I don't think it should be encouraged.
So then why should abortion be illegal?
I think it should be illegal because it's, in my eyes, murder. First of all, we charge people with a crime of murder. Another point I'd like to make is church and state are separate.
Well, before we move on to your second
Yes.
point, if you think it should be illegal because it's murder in violation of one of the 10 Commandments that
Yes.
we just agreed is viewed identically in the eyes of God as lying to your child, telling them that Santa Claus exists, what's the distinction between criminalizing lying and criminalizing abortion?
Well, one is constitutional, one is not.
So you're saying that one is constitutional, one is not constitutional. So do you get your morals from the Constitution, or do you get your morals from your all-good, all-powerful, all-knowing God?
Well, I get my morals from my all-powerful, all-knowing God. I get my moral laws from my all-knowing, all-powerful God. However, I get my rights given to me by my government and my laws given to me by my government
Well,
from the Constitution.
wouldn't this just mean that you disagree? Like, okay, first of all, I'm not sure if I agree with your statement that one is constitutional, one is not constitutional. But let's just assume that. Wouldn't this just mean that you disagree with the Constitution?
Well, just one point real quick. I don't want to interrupt you, but I think this would be a great way to illustrate my separation of constitutional beliefs and biblical beliefs. I believe that gay marriage and I think gay marriage should be legal. I think that gay people should be able to adopt children. I also think that transgender adults should be able to transition. That's their own will. You know what I mean? And so I believe in that. So that's another thing. I don't think that Christianity supports gay marriage.
Okay. Well, I mean, I disagree. We could go through the verses either later or in a moment. I do think it's cool that you support the legality of gay marriage. But I do just want to clarify real quick. You still haven't given me a counter argument against this position. Because in the eyes of your God, there's no distinction between lying and abortion. Yet you think one should be legal and one should be illegal. And in doing so, you appeal to the standard that of the American Constitution. However, I mean, what's more accurate, the American Constitution or God, insofar as alignment with truth?
In alignment with truth, God is. However,
So you'd say if
I wrote the Constitution, then I'm sure that lying would be illegal.
Okay, so you think that lying should be illegal?
In most cases, yes.
Wait, in all cases, right? Because I'm pretty sure that the 10 Commandments don't invoke any form of utilitarian ethic saying lying's okay if and only if it leads to great outcome, but it rather states pretty clearly that it's always wrong. So why do you say in most cases?
Well, this is going to be offensive to my fellow conservatives, but I believe in the same. If lying could save your life, first of all, same way that I think if abortion could save your life, should probably be illegal. It should probably be illegal.
Well, good. Listen, I'm glad that you're like, well, if abortion can save your life, it should be legal. I like that, but
yeah, well, I'm a very rational conservative.
Okay. Here's the best way to describe it. You're trying to make ethical concerns, in relation to your moral beliefs in Christianity, but they actually contradict your moral beliefs in Christianity. All right? Because in the eyes of your God, there's no way to distinct between lying, telling your girlfriend that you didn't cheat on her, lying, telling your kids that Santa Claus exists, or lying to save your life. And that's the issue here. And I think the conclusion of the argument that I'm trying to make is that I don't want to dispute the validity of your religion, at least not right now, but I'm rather just trying to detail how it offers a completely incoherent basis for drafting legislation. I believe that in order for a Christian to operate a criminal justice system, you have to appeal to standards completely adjacent and outside of your religious beliefs. Because as soon as you start saying, well, I hold these religious beliefs consequential of Christianity, I'm going to use these beliefs to legislate on what other people can and can't do, well, then you have no reason to say that if abortion should be illegal, that lying should be legal, because both of those two sins are looked at identical in the eyes of God in all scenarios.
Well, Dean, I'll just make this point really quickly. And could you, if I haven't responded to your question in the way that, not in the answer that you'd like me to, but in the particular way that you'd like me to, please tell me. I understand what you're saying about the moral and constitutional differences and how that's conflicting. I get into arguments with people in my church and my family with this all the time. You know, they are conflicting. However, there is no nation right now, and I doubt there ever will be, that 100% aligns with my moral and religious values. So I have to adhere to the Constitution of the United States of America while I live in it. Right? And
I understand that, but what I'm asking you is what you think should be the case in your preferable version of reality.
Well, Dean, to be honest with you, I don't really like to deal in hypotheticals, you know, because
that's the only way that we have these discussions, because we're talking about moral claims and what should be the case,
No, go ahead.
We're talking about moral claims of what should be the case, not what is the case. So when you just say that you don't want to talk about what you think should be the case, you're essentially like just ruling out that discussion because it is so incoherent and nonsensical. Like seriously, if you were to completely align the teachings of the Bible with the criminal justice system, it would be illegal to get an abortion, but it'd also be illegal to tell your kids that Santa Claus exists. And also, I'm pretty sure that denying the validity of Jesus as being God is a sin in the eyes of your religion, meaning that you'd want to criminalize non-Christians. So the issue here is that it offers very absurd and incoherent outcomes when we perfectly align the moral teachings of the Bible with the implementation of a criminal justice system, meaning that today, right now, you can't just kind of pick and choose what you want to deploy from the Bible in a criminal justice system and what you don't want to deploy from the Bible in a criminal justice system. You have to make a complete separation between the teachings of the Bible and a criminal justice system and operate your legislation off of a non-religious secular standard in order to have a logical coherence.
Well, here would be my I don't want to say comeback because that sounds like I'm trying to be rude, but this would be my refute to your point. Okay, first of all, in an idealistic Caleb society, right? We would have never left the Garden of Eden. There would be no separation of people and God. We would have lived in harmony with God forever. That's just personal religious beliefs. You don't have to agree with that. Second of all, I think to outlaw something, there needs to be a constitutional precedent for it. And the Supreme Court, like it or not, decided that it's not a constitutional right to abortion. So therefore you have, right, you have the precedent to make it illegal state by state.
So you're just saying that there's a legal precedent to make it illegal state by state. Therefore it should be made illegal state by state.
I don't think it. I'm not.
So just give me a minute. At one moment, there was a legal precedent that slavery was not criminalized on the federal level. Does that mean that therefore states should be able to legalize it?
No, because that was a complete
precisely. And the analogy here is that we just don't use legal precedents to dictate what we think should be the case or should happen. And I mean, I actually think that a woman's or a girl's right to get an abortion should be protected at the federal level because I find it a human rights violation to infringe upon a woman's elective access to abortion prior to 20 weeks.
20 weeks, what trimester would that be? Sorry, Dean. I'm sorry.
Trimester is like what? 3 months, which is 12 weeks. So it's about 2 trimesters.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's, once again, I mean, I hate to sound like a complete independent here, but I mean, I'm not super against first trimester abortion. I mean, I don't like them, obviously. I think abortion is a sad situation. It's never, I don't think anybody's ever, well, I can't say that because I've never been in a woman's shoes who's gotten an abortion, but I can't imagine someone enjoying an abortion. You know what I mean? I think it's a bad situation for everybody involved.
Okay, so why do you think abortion's wrong?
I think it's wrong because, first of all, I think that it's murder. I really do.
And what's murder? And what's murder?
What are you saying? What's my definition of murder?
Precisely.
The killing of an innocent person.
The killing of an innocent person. So
not in self-defense. So that wouldn't be innocent. Sorry. So yeah.
Pulling the plug on a brain dead patient's murder, since that's the killing of an innocent human being.
It's not the killing of an innocent human being. That if they have a DNR, that is a contractually
So in the absence of a DNR, like I don't have a DNR. Let's assume I go and I get in my car, get T-boned, and I become brain dead, permanent cessation of all cognitive functions. I'm only kept alive by the life support in the hospital. The doctor comes around, with the consent of my family, willfully and intentionally pulls that plug, kills me, all right, I go from having biological life to not having biological life. Is that doctor a murderer?
Well, hold on. Let me think about this for a second, if you don't mind. I would say this is probably going to make me stumble upon my earlier point, and you may have gotten me here, but I would say that because you've had the opportunity to live a full life, or not even a full life, you've had you had the ability to live a life, you had the ability to be birthed. I don't think it's murder. I think that's the decision of your power of attorney.
Okay, I don't think that prior lived experience makes your death less wrongful. I don't think that prior lived experience makes you less valuable as a person. A good example of this would be this situation. A mother's giving birth. She's in labor. The doctor tells us that if she goes through with said birth, she will die, but the baby will live. But if you were to terminate this birth right now by aborting the fetus, the mother will live. Who are you going to choose, the mother or the baby? Because remember, in accordance with the last answer you just gave, you essentially described to me that with past lived experience, you essentially become less valuable, and it's not murder if a doctor pulls the plug on an innocent brain dead person even though they're alive. So would you save the baby?
I established this in one of my earlier points that I am for, well, I don't want to say for abortion, but I think there should be exceptions for abortion in the case that it is a choice between the mother and the baby. But I think that should be the choice.
So then you don't think that your life becomes less valuable if you have prior lived experiences. So then why is pulling the plug on a brain dead patient?
Well, when did I say that your life becomes less valuable because of prior lived experiences?
Yeah, you explained to me that it is not murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient because they've already had prior lived experiences.
Well, I think that first of all, I mean it's not a great situation at all either way. But I mean it's not. I don't think it's sinful to if somebody's has no what's the word I'm looking for? They have no potential of being revived. Then I don't think that's murder.
Okay, well then all that you're telling me is that you don't think murder is defined as the killing of an innocent human. You think that murder is defined as a killing of an innocent human with future experiences, right?
Yeah, I guess I would say that, yes.
Okay, phenomenal. So in other words, you think that consciousness is morally valuable, and consciousness gives you the right to life. And if you have the potentiality for consciousness in the future, we should just extend that right to you now.
What do you mean by extend that right to you now?
Well, a fetus doesn't have a consciousness now. You're just saying it has this morally valuable trait in its future, so we'll give you the right it grants today.
Repeat that last part, sorry.
Don't worry about it. There's a better way I could frame this. Sometimes that hypothetical is a little bit hard to land. Let me reframe it in a way that makes more sense. We'll just consider like a human zygote, a unicellular organism. That unicellular organism has consciousness in its future. Is it murder to kill that zygote?
Would you be talking about like that could be I don't even know if aborted is the right word. You could use like a plan B contraceptive to deal with that?
Plan B's, I don't know. Chat, what's the consensus? Do plan B's, like stop a zygote from implanting or stop the conception of a zygote? I'm actually not sure. I think that an IUD is going to be a better example.
Okay, well, I had a 70 on my in high school biology, so this is like the worst when you start talking zygotes. It's not great.
How about we just make it simple? So a zygote is a unicellular organism. Okay, it's the first stage of human development. A zygote is I think it's more specifically blastocyst, but regardless of the specific name of this stage of development, I'm referring to the first stage of human development as it exists as a unicellular organism.
So IUD, just go back to your earlier, an IUD is a form of birth control, correct?
Yeah, an IUD, right, has two functions. An IUD can stop the fertilization of the zygote, just meaning that it could stop conception from occurring, but it can also allow for conception to occur and prevent its implantation in the uterine lining, killing it. So do you think those zygotes are being murdered by the IUD because it's preventing their implantation?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I'm not particularly educated on it, but at the same time, I'm not Catholic, so I'm fine with people using contraceptions.
Well, wouldn't this fall under your worldview because it's killing a human life with future conscious experiences, and that's how you define murder?
Well, I suppose jerking off would be too, but I'm not here telling us to ban that.
Well, sure. We could also assume that a sperm and an egg have the capacity for, maybe potential future consciousness. So is ejaculation genocide?
I don't believe so.
So then why do you think it's murder to kill a fetus? Because you don't value the future consciousness that could be expressed by a zygote sperm or an egg, but you do value the future consciousness that could be expressed by a fetus. That's a logical contradiction unless you could tell me what's different.
Well, first of all, I mean, if I'm trying not to get gross here, if you secrete, right, we'll just say it that way, right? I'm not sure
That's
how
like
you.
that's like the most gross word you could have used.
I
But
know, but I'm
we'll,
just
we'll
trying
let
not
it
to be
slide. We'll let
vulgar.
it slide. We'll let it slide.
I'm trying not to be vulgar, I suppose. Let's say you do it, right? Okay, we'll just say that you do it, right? There's no, I mean, I hope not. There's no woman there to fertilize the or to make that a child.
Okay, so then just assume the already conceived zygote that is both a sperm and an egg. Is it murder to kill it?
I would say so. Yes.
Really? Okay, so do you think that all murderers should go to jail?
Well, let me think about this. Let me think about my definition of murder from earlier before I say something stupid.
Well, I think all murderers should go to jail.
I think so, unless they did it, unknowingly. You know what I mean?
Unknowingly? Really? So if I were to drink 3 beers and get in my truck to get gas from the gas station and I unknowingly take out a family of 5, I shouldn't go to jail?
No, that's different. I think that your blood alcohol content would be way under the legal limit. I also think that drunk drivers should go to jail because they made a choice, a choice, a self. They took personal agency to get drunk and go get behind the car.
Right,
wheel of
right.
the
Well,
car.
if a woman with an IUD takes personal agency to consent and engage in intercourse, which led to the conception of a zygote, which was then murdered via its failed implantation because of the IUD, should she go to jail for murder?
Well, was she coerced into this? Was she coerced?
No,
coerced
no,
into-
consensual intercourse, knowing that she had an IUD that could lead to that outcome.
Okay, I guess we would have to look into then yes.
Oh my God. So, hey, if you were a woman with an IUD that is sexually active, just go ahead and say me in any of my live chats. Just go ahead and say me in any of my live chats. Rather you're watching on TikTok or over on YouTube. It looks like Liv, Sam, Earth, Rachel, Sedona, Alexis, Piss, Rosie, Shay. Piss is a funny name. Lacey, Robin, Abby. There is thousands, and I do mean thousands of women right now that are hearing this conversation with IUDs that are sexually active. And under your worldview, if any of these if any of these women have engaged in intercourse with that IUD and it's led to the death of that unicellular zygote, all of these women should be in jail, right?
Well, I think that because there are other ways to prevent pregnancy.
So every single one of these women should be in jail.
Yes.
Wait, how long should they be in jail? How long should murderers be locked up? Also, by the way, under your view, a lot of these women are literally going to be serial killers. Okay. All right. Go ahead and putting me in that chat if you're a woman with an IUD that is very sexually active. Okay. Engages in sexual intercourse. A fair amount of times, frequently to often. Look at all of these women that are incredibly sexually active with these IUDs. I mean, shit, there's probably a handful of women in the chat that have, killed at least 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 50, 60, 100, 200 zygotes.
Well, Dean,
right?
Could I make a point real quick?
Are some of these women worse than some infamous American serial killers because they have a higher total murder count?
Can I make a point really quick?
Of course.
None of the women in your comment section should actually go to jail because it's not illegal right now. And I don't think to retroactively punish people for a law that's not in order right now.
I contest that. So I do agree that in some circumstances, the retroactive enforcement of legislation is not justified.
It can be very harmful.
Think okay, we update our tax policy, and then all of a sudden, everybody making over $100,000 per year needs to pay an extra percent. I'm not going to retroactively enforce that on people that made $100,000 per year last year that didn't pay that additional percent. So I get that. Sometimes the retroactive enforcement of law is wrong. But I think as it applies to egregious human rights violations, it is completely permissible. In fact, I bet you could agree. For instance, do you agree with the Nuremberg trials that sentenced Nazis that had unalived Jewish people and ran the death camps to death or jail?
Yes, because that was a law. You can't kill. You cannot murder.
No, that was the retroactive enforcement of law in Germany. Because remember, during the Holocaust in Germany, it was not illegal to do so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got confused for a second. I thought we were talking about America. Sorry, that's my bad, Dean. You'll have to forgive me for that. Blanked on me. Forgot what Nuremberg was for a moment.
No worries. The Nuremberg trials
Yes, in Germany.
was
Yes,
the
post World War
retroactive
II. Yes.
enforcement of human rights violations upon upon Nazis following World War II.
Yeah, I think that is probably that's definitely a good thing.
Okay, so then you do think that it is okay to retroactively enforce legislation as it would pertain to murder. So why are you not okay to retroactively enforce jail time upon all of these serial killers?
Because I do not think in the eyes of the law that it is as horrible a crime to have an IUD as it is to commit the genocide of what's the number, 6 million Jews.
Well, I'm referring to some of the Nazi foot soldiers that were okay with the deaths of other Jewish individuals and murdered Jewish individuals themselves, just like many of the individuals in the chat are completely fine with killing unicellular zygotes and have an IUD themselves. If you want to assume that all human life with future potential subjective experiences is just as valuable as one another, and murder is murder one way or another, these crimes are very egregious. And I believe, if your view was correct, would deserve to be retroactively enforced. Obviously, you are not going to yield that clear intuition that, thousands of women watching right now should be sentenced to jail for the rest of their life. And that's kind of the point that I'm getting at here, is that we do not value a unicellular organism the same that I'd value myself or you or anybody watching this live. And I'm willing to take a really firm bet that when you told me that you do genuinely believe that women with IUDs are murderers, that you were being a little bit dishonest just to have a consistent position, and that you don't actually believe that. Because I personally hold to the belief that no sane person would call a mere sexually active woman with an IUD a serial murderer.
Well, Dean, first of all, I'd like to make the point that today I did, you had to inform me specifically what an IUD was, right? I mean, once again, not particularly educated on single cell zygotes or whatever. So I obviously was not intentionally being dishonest, but at the same time, I haven't done, of course, as much homework as you have on this issue. So after this, I will go do some homework and figure out what my solid views are on this. I mean, this is all very much new to me, the whole IUD thing. This is, to be honest with you, a pretty new.
Okay, one last question for you. Do you think that IUD should remain legal for women to have?
Once again, I have to do my homework, but as of right now, with what you've told me, no.
Okay, all right. Well, feel free to do your homework on that. Is there anything else that you want to run by me?
What did you think of Kamala's or Kamala? Which one is it? Sorry,
You said
Kamala.
it right. Kamala.
Kamala. Okay, I tripped myself up because
Because
the
Trump
conservative-
said it
Yeah.
wrong every single time with intention. I get
Well, it's
it.
not just Trump. I mean, I think most conservatives said it wrong.
You're right. Yeah.
and it was-
Yeah. Half of our country intentionally mispronounced her name for the last year, of course.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not sure it was all intentional, but we can disagree on that. I think that's a
You should look at the clips of Trump following the election. All of a sudden, he knows how to pronounce her name.
Well, that may very well be so. Just as I all of a sudden know how to pronounce her name. You know what I mean? It's one of those things.
No, I mean that Donald Trump literally. So before Kamala Harris announced her presidency, he called her Kamala. When she announced her presidency, he started to call her Kamala. When she lost the presidency, he went right back to calling her Kamala.
Well, I mean, not making excuses for him, but that's Trump for you. You know what I mean? So here's my question about Kamala. What did you agree with her immigration policies on? What immigration policies did you agree with her on? Sorry, took me a second to get that out.
Yeah. So, first of all, I just kind of want to point out, just excusing Trump's bad actions as being Trump, is a little bit naive and very harmful to the country. Now,
Well,
of
is
course,
that
I
a
know,
bad action to
I know
mispronounce
that
somebody's name.
Well, so listen, I do think that the intentional mispronunciation of black women's names is a microaggression that I do think can perpetuate harm. But of course, the same ideology applies to a lot of other Donald Trump's actions and statements, such as writing off Donald Trump raping E. Jean Carroll as men being men, or him calling himself a dictator is just a funny little comedian, or imposing tariffs on our allies as him being a good businessman. But I do want to wrap back to the main point here. You asked me about my thoughts on Kamala Harris's
Can I make
immigration
one
policy.
point just really quickly on your last comment?
Of course.
Okay, so if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you said the mispronunciation of a black woman's name is what you call a microaggression and can be harmful to the country?
Yeah. And when I call it a microaggression, all that I mean is that historically speaking, white people have mispronounced the names not only of black women, but of black individuals as a whole. But today, this is disproportionately targeted at black women, and it just serves to further stigmatize, black women.
I had many people in high school misspell my name with a K instead of a C. Is that a microaggression?
It's not a microaggression against you, Caleb, because us white men didn't undergo 250 years of systemic oppression with a loss of human rights, with lies saying that we couldn't feel pain if we were to get raped. And I mean, this is all consequential of the application of white supremacy and systemic racism as it would apply to black individuals in America. And that's just yet another way to further jeer and demean black women.
Okay. But you can continue with your immigration point. We'll just have to agree to disagree on the microaggressions part.
Yeah, of course. So I did support Kamala Harris's immigration policy. I think that she was the only candidate in the race with a feasible plan to a certain extent to reduce undocumented migration into our country in the long term. I understand that following Donald Trump's inauguration, we've seen a drastic decline in border crossings, and I understand how on the surface level that could seem like a good thing. I don't think that Donald Trump has done anything positive for immigration, because what we need is to address the cause of undocumented migration, which is severely neglected and eroded legal processes of migration. The only reason why people migrate into America with the use of undocumented means is because the legal processes take too long, and nobody really wants to be an undocumented migrant and be under that constant threat of deportation by your employer or by the people in your life or now by the president. And the only reason individuals have done so is because of the eroded legal processes. And Kamala Harris had somewhat of a solution to make those processes faster. Meanwhile, Donald Trump does not.
Okay. Well, I have 4 or 5 friends. I mean, not super close, but friends of mine who have become naturalized citizens through the correct legal processes. One from El Salvador, one from Australia, one from Canada, and 2 from Mexico. They did it the legal way. They were not wealthy before. Once again, they did it the legal way.
Right.
They did not come in undocumented.
Okay.
So I think that the legal processes thing is sort of a cop-out, because I think that, once again, it's legal. So you have to adhere to the country, to the laws of the country which you're coming into. And if you don't like that, then maybe you should not come into the country to begin with.
Okay, so you're saying that if you don't like the legal processes of the country you're trying to get into, then maybe you shouldn't go into the country?
Yes.
Okay. I don't like that jaywalking's illegal or that I have to pay taxes. Should I be deported?
That's not the same thing, Dean. You are.
I think it's worse to not want to pay taxes compared to taking an undocumented pathway of migration into America compared to illegal port, because not paying taxes hurts America. Meanwhile, undocumented migration helps America.
Well, what happens if you don't pay taxes, Dean?
What happens well, I get investigated by the IRS, but I don't get deported.
No, but you get thrown in jail or prison.
Well, I mean, most of the time it goes through a civil court where you're just forced to pay back taxes. But here, how about this? So for the undocumented migrants that are already in America, do you agree with mass deportation?
For the undocumented immigrants?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Can you name one way that undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes hurt you, me, or America as a whole?
Come again?
Can you name one way that undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes hurt you, me, or America as a whole?
They've taken jobs.
They take jobs. So the statement "undocumented migrants take jobs" actually means that undocumented migrants are productive providers that pay taxes and grow the American economy by spending money, scaling the GDP.
Well, first of all, if they take jobs, right?
Don't you want more people to work to scale the American economy? Wasn't that the point of Donald Trump's tariffs?
Just give me a second.
Krampus, thank you for the galaxy.
Oh yeah, that is a very nice gift. I didn't say they hold jobs. I said they take them, meaning that they could be someone else's job.
Well, don't do so. Do legal migrants, right? So do you not support legal migration?
You just use a very beautiful word right there. Legal. They're here legally.
So then your
Yes,
issue
he's
isn't the
not.
fact that migrants are taking jobs, but your issue with undocumented migrants is literally the fact that they're just here undocumented.
Yes,
Okay,
it's illegal.
so then
It's
this
in the
just goes
name.
back to my
Illegal
question. What's
immigration.
one way that undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes hurt America or anybody in it? Because obviously taking jobs doesn't hurt America, or you disagree with legal migration too.
I 100% agree with legal migration. Illegal migrants taking jobs from
So why does it
US
only
foreign-
wait?
Well,
So it
let me
only
finish.
hurts when
Let me-
undocumented migrants work, but when nobody, but
Wow,
when
it's
anybody else
unbelievable how
works,
you
it's a
just
good
cut
thing.
people
But
off.
with
It's
undocumented migrants
unbelievable.
work, it's a
Wow,
bad
it's
thing. Why?
unbelievable. Good. Well, first of all, don't cut me off because you didn't allow me to finish my point, and
I'm
that's just
sorry.
nonsensical. You should
I'm sorry, Caleb. I'm sorry
It's
for
not
cutting
great
you off.
debate. So, first of all, illegal immigrants taking jobs from legal immigrants is harmful. It is plain and simple, right? If an illegal migrant takes a job that a legal migrant could have had, then that is hurting the legal migrant.
Okay, so it's only harmful if they're not a resident or citizen.
Well, resident just means you occupy a place. A legal resident.
A legal resident or citizen.
Yes.
So then why don't you agree with offering all undocumented migrants a pathway to residency or citizenship so them working jobs is no longer harmful?
Let me ask you
Krampus,
something.
thank you for the fireworks. Oh, come on, man. You know you got there.
Krampus is very generous, isn't he,
Krampus, thank
Dee?
you for the fireworks. You know you got there, man. You know you got, right?
Well, I didn't.
Krampus, thank you. Yes, you told me that it's only harmful to work a job in America if you're not a citizen or a legal resident. So then just offer all the undocumented migrants a pathway to citizenship or legal residency, and all of a sudden it's no longer harmful.
Well, let me ask you a question, Dean.
Okay.
If someone robs a bank
Yeah.
and they take, I don't know, let's give them a relatively small number. Let's say they rob a family bank and they get $100,000.
Yeah.
That's illegal, correct?
That is very illegal, yeah.
Yes. Should we then say, oh, don't worry about it. Here, you can live free in the same town that you robbed the bank
No,
from.
throw them in jail. Throw them in jail.
Yes, I do agree with that. But listen to me. But we're just going to let you make back $100,000 and you'll pay retribution. Does that work?
I didn't follow the last part there, but nothing works for people that rob jails apart from that robs banks apart from throwing them in jail. That's if it's not throwing them in jail, it doesn't work.
Right?
Right.
Sorry, just getting a call.
Wait,
No.
but now you have to equivocate between robbing a bank and undocumented migration into America. And the only reason that you're equivocating those two things is because they both break a law. Following this principle, I could equivocate jaywalking to robbing a bank. I could equivocate.
No, you couldn't,
I could
because it's not a
equivocate
federally
stealing.
punishable
I could
crime.
equivocate stealing a Snicker bars from a gas station to robbing a bank. I could equivocate gay marriage in the '90s to robbing a bank. Like seriously, I don't think that those two things are comparable because I think that robbing a bank perpetuates harm. I don't think that undocumented migration into America perpetuates harm.
You don't.
No, I seriously, I don't at all. I mean, I think any way that we look at the issue of undocumented migration in America, we see that it only generates positive effects on the country. The one issue with undocumented migration is, of course, it just doesn't allow us to have the ability to screen the individuals coming into America for violent crimes. So that's why I support offering all undocumented migrants in America that haven't committed a violent crime a pathway to residency or citizenship, while then applying those same processes to legal migration and having as many legal ports of entry as possible to expedite claims of citizenship as fast as possible, merely screening people for prior violent offenses. And the reason why I disagree with mass deportation so vehemently isn't just because I'm an emotional liberal with empathy that cares about hardworking mothers or fathers being pulled away from their family, which I do. But it's also the case that the opportunity cost is $100 billion in government revenue per year. $175 billion is upfront cost for the mass deportation, as well as slow GDP growth as migrants add $1.7 trillion to the economy every 10 years. And that is a really big concern. There's absolutely no downside to offering a pathway to residency or citizenship to all undocumented migrants in America that haven't committed violent crimes. The only argument that I've ever heard when critiquing the supposed downsides is it always reduces down to, well, they entered in the country with the use of undocumented means. And that's when I always say the only reason they did that was because they were slapped in the face by our government that's been neglecting the legal means of migration for all of modern American history. So the
Well, by whose
Republicans could use it as a
administration?
talking point.
Well, by whose administration?
So this is one of my more left-leaning views, so I'll be objective and honest, by both Democrats and Republicans, but disproportionately by Republicans, because Biden and Harris did try to pass the bipartisan border bill, which would have slightly expedited the legal processes of migration. Donald Trump has never proposed any policy to expedite the legal processes of migration, and Donald Trump willfully and intentionally told Republicans to shoot down Biden and Harris's bipartisan border bill.
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not super familiar with the bipartisan border bill other than just seeing the headlines. Do you know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
not really. But once again, it is a federal crime.
Crime. Yeah, I know.
It's a crime. It's unbelievable. It's a crime. No, but it's a federal crime to enter the country illegally. It's not a federal crime to jaywalk, is it?
Probably not.
No, it's barely a misdemeanor. It's the same as
Brave of the Galaxy. Are you just saying that it generates harm because they're breaking the law?
Well, no, but you've already admitted that the problem with well, first of all, in general, most of the time breaking the law does generate some sort of harm for somebody.
Well, I don't think that it always does, though. I mean, gay marriage was a federal crime.
Yes, but it's not currently, Dean.
And why is it not currently a federal crime? It's because when it was, it didn't generate harm, right? Which shows that we can have laws that exist that don't generate harm, right? Yeah.
So, do you want?
I'm just kind of like, at this point, we're kind of going in circles. Like, you're like, deport them because they broke the law, right?
Yes, they're here illegally. It's a federal crime.
Yeah, I don't think that all crimes are deserving of deportation. I'd equivocate deporting an undocumented migrant for entering into the country with the use of illegal means as putting somebody in jail for 4 years because of a speeding ticket. I think that there's significantly better ways to go about the punishment of undocumented migration if we were to assume that all of that culpability were to fall on the undocumented migrants, which I have already contested. I do not believe all of that culpability falls on the undocumented migrants, and that's why I don't support any punishment. But assuming that our legal processes of migration were perfect, so no culpability for undocumented migration fell on the shoulders of the American government, I still wouldn't support deportation. I say offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, and then probably fine them $1,000 or something, right? But deporting undocumented migrants because they came into our country with the use of undocumented means, even though our government is partially culpable for that as they've neglected the legal processes of migration, and undocumented migrants are productive providers into the American economy that only generate good for them, you, America as a whole, and the average quality of life is completely ridiculous. And the only reason you think this, it was because of propaganda spewed by Donald Trump since 2015, putting that nail in the coffin, trying to convince as many white people as possible that undocumented migration is so bad and scary. And it's
why do you
destroying
throw
our
out
country.
white people right there?
Of course, because I feel as if white people were the target of Donald Trump's con, describing undocumented migrants as these people that don't speak any English, that are going to rape your wife, eat your pets and dogs, and kidnap your children, and give everybody all of these DRUG fill in the blank, right? So that's why I say that.
Well, the two people in my life who want deportation the most, one is a guy whose parents are Mexican. He was born in San Francisco. Then he moved to Mexico for much of his middle school and high school. He is vehemently pro-deportation.
That doesn't change my argument.
Well, I'm just saying you can't single out white people. That's a sweeping generalization, which does not work.
I said that the target demographic was white people. That doesn't mean that only white people support mass deportation.
Well, you didn't say that, did you? If you did, I misheard you.
I did.
Oh, well, then I misheard you, and I apologize. But what it sounded like to me, and if I got this wrong, forgive me. I thought you were saying that white people were the
Oh, thanks for the
only.
motorcycle. No,
That's
no,
I've never seen
I've
that.
personally spoken with non-white people that support mass deportation.
Okay, good deal. Yeah,
Okay. So,
I
do
agree.
you have any other arguments against my reasoning why I support offering undocumented migrants a pathway to residency or citizenship over mass deportation? Apart from the fact that they just broke a law. How about this? I want to give my last thoughts here. We like create and enforce laws to increase the quality of life in America, right?
Repeat that. You had like some bubble thing over your mouth. I've got tinnitus from concussions, so I have to
Would
read
you
this.
agree that like our government, like idealistically, creates and enforces laws to increase the quality of life in America?
Do they? Do they? Yes.
Okay, so if there's a law in which its enforcement of such would not lead to an increase in the quality of life of Americans, it's probably a law that either we shouldn't enforce or that we should get rid of.
In most cases, yes.
I think that mass deportation is a law that decreases standard qualities of lives in America as it takes government revenue away from the people up top to hopefully spend on making America a greater country. It slows GDP growth. It leads to terrible humanitarian outcomes, as well as it reduces the power of the American economy. So that's why I don't think that that mass deportation should either be enforced or be a law to begin with.
Okay. Well, I'm really not sure how I can suffice you with an answer here because we're not going to agree on
Because
this. I think
wait, you just did. Do you think that mass deportation leads to a higher quality of life in America?
yes, I do.
How?
More jobs for legal residents and citizens.
Well, once again, wouldn't a pathway to mass amnesty do that? But it would, keep jobs in the hands of the undocumented migrants that are new residents and citizens, meaning that the American GDP would scale faster, meaning that it leads to a higher quality of life compared to undocumented migration?
Well, not really. No.
I explained where I went wrong.
Well, first of all, I feel once again, if you cross the border illegally,
No. You're completely pivoting off of the question.
I'm not picking off the
Yes,
question.
you are,
haven't
because
let
I
me
asked
know
you.
I'm
I asked
not.
to explain to you how mass deportation increases average qualities of life in America.
It first of all, and you're gonna flip out when I say this. Look at people like Laken Riley. Right? Those are people whose lives have been harmed. I have friends who go to Georgia who are women. They, those weeks afterwards were not too fond of going outside and going for a run. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's something that harms quality of life
Mm-hmm.
for women.
Mm-hmm.
And second of all, jobs, like I've said a few times, which I think you haven't really given me a correct response to, other than we should just allow them to have legal passage here, even though they came here illegally. And then beyond that, I think that it's harmful to our country's economy because look how much money.
Okay, explain to me how it's harmful to the economy, please.
Well, first of all, look at under the Biden-Harris administration how much money we were spending in hospitals and benefits for undocumented migrants.
Okay, I'm gonna go claim number 1 to claim number 2 to claim number 3. For your
Go
first
ahead.
claim about undocumented migrants that commit violent crimes, I agree, and I support either jailing undocumented migrants that commit violent crimes because we cannot because we don't have confidence that if we were to deport them that they would be in jail, or deporting violent undocumented migrants that have committed violent crimes with confidence that they will land in a jail cell wherever they're deported to. So your first point is pretty much fine, and I think that's something that everybody can agree to. But
Yeah,
this doesn't
absolutely.
account for undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes, which is the only demographic of individuals that I have argued should have a pathway to residency or citizenship now. Okay?
Well,
And
what about nonviolent crimes? What if they've committed nonviolent crimes that are felonies while in the United States?
Nemo, thank you so much for the galaxy. Yeah, offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship the same way you offered Donald Trump, a violent offender and a nonviolent felon, a pathway to the presidency.
I don't see it, man. If they're here illegally and they've committed felonies, I mean, I could sort of agree if this was some sort of idyllic country where they just cross the border and they're playing
Dude,
jump
so
rope.
you let a rapist felon be your president, And you're still supporting him today, even though 3 weeks ago he pardoned violent offenders that beat up cops trying to kill them, like DJ Rodriguez. I don't think you care too much about criminals roaming our streets or running our streets.
Well, second of all, those people did serve some time in prison, yes?
Yeah, not all their time, meaning I do not think that they were punished in accordance with
Okay,
their
were
conviction.
all of the people, I assume you're talking about the January 6th rioters or
Yeah.
protesters,
Yeah.
there were some of both, right? Are you, okay, well, you don't have to continue saying, I understood it the first time. So
Sorry.
are you saying, no, it's fine, it's hard, I don't really like, it's two things. I don't like us talking over each other, Dean. It's harmful to our back and forth. But I'm saying, do you think that it is, that all of them should have been locked up for January 6th? Every single person?
Every single person? I don't know. I'm unaware of like what every single person did on January 6th. So how would I possibly be able to make that evaluation? But I am quite confident that every single individual that entered into the Capitol, tried to enter into the Capitol, or committed a violent offense against a police officer should have been locked up.
Okay, well, how many of the people who went into the Capitol committed violent offenses against a police officer?
I know the names of 2. It's very possible that there could be many more, but
Yeah,
I believe that an example of 1 or 2 people is all that is required to prove my claim, because my claim was that Donald Trump pardoned individuals that were convicted of violent offenses such as violent assault and battery against cops, which is true. And my example of such would be DJ Rodriguez. So, just disputing that there was not that many. Okay, you're still saying that Donald Trump let some people that beat cops up and pled guilty to it trying to kill them out of jail. So, my point stands.
Okay, you can say that, but I would not particularly agree with you. Do you think that Hunter Biden should have been?
Wait. What is there to disagree with my claim? I offered you a claim that cannot be contested with. It is an objective fact.
Because there's a difference between pardoning a U.S. citizen and allowing someone who's committed a felony who's not from this country and not here legally.
Thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you for the extension to the 6-month subscription. Wait, I just want to clarify, because you're really caught up on the felonies here, which once again I've already pointed out as being incredibly hypocritical because you made a felon president. Would you agree with offering non-felon and undocumented migrants a pathway to residency or citizenship?
Well, Dean, can I ask you a question about Trump being a felon?
After you answer my question with a yes or a no.
Repeat the question.
Do you support offering non-felon undocumented migrants a pathway to residency or citizenship?
In some cases.
In some cases. In what cases?
If they prove to have I don't want to say a talent. If they prove to be able to bring productivity or talent, I will say talent, or talent, or
okay. So if a demographic of people proves to be productive providers, they should be able to have a pathway to residency or citizenship?
Yes, which I think is what Trump is kind of doing with the gold card.
Undocumented migrants as a demographic have proved to be productive providers.
They have also proved in instances to be harmful.
So you're now saying that if you're a harmful productive provider, you should be deported, such as if you've committed a violent crime. But if you're a non-harmful productive provider, such as undocumented migrants who have not committed violent crimes, you should have a pathway to residency or citizenship.
Don't try to do that. You combine the two. I never said anything about harmful productive providers. I said harmful people. They're harmful. They shouldn't be here.
Wait, undocumented migrants as a demographic are harmful? Justify that. In what way? What harm do they cause? What harm do undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes, what harm do they cause?
Once again, I've said it about 7 times to you, Dean, and you refuse to even really acknowledge it past the fact that you say, okay, they take jobs from U.S. citizens.
That doesn't generate harm. I'm so sorry. If you're gonna if you're gonna uphold this trivial standard that it only generates harm to work a job in America if you're not a legal resident or citizen, but it generates no harm and is actually very good for the economy if you are a legal residency or citizenship, what metric are you using to conclude that harm has been caused? Because if your evaluation for harm is a mere fact that when they work this job, they're taking away the potentiality for one else to work this job. Okay, well, by me being a live streamer on TikTok with 10.2 thousand viewers right now, am I generating harm? Because if I was not live, there would be other streamers with more viewers, meaning I'm taking that opportunity away from them. No,
No.
because apparently it's okay if I'm a legal citizen, which is completely irrelevant to the fact that I'm taking away the potency for one else to work this job to a higher degree.
Something? Is TikTok a country?
What the fuck do you mean? Is TikTok a country? Is any job a country?
No. Is
So
America?
then what are you asking me?
There is no such thing as a TikTok citizen. You are not taking anything from any TikTok citizen. When an
What?
illegal immigrant comes here,
Wait. So if an undocumented migrant works at Home Depot, that's fine because there's no such thing as a Home Depot citizen? If an undocumented migrant works at a bank, that's fine because there's no such thing as a bank citizen. If an undocumented migrant works at J.C. Penney's, that's fine because there's no such thing as a J.C. Penney citizen. If an undocumented migrant works at fucking, I don't know, here works in the White House, that's fine because there's no such thing as a White House citizen. If an undocumented migrant, works at, I don't know, fucking anywhere, is that just fine because there's no such thing as a fucking anywhere citizen to do with any job ever? What does that even mean?
No, TikTok is a social media app. America is a country full of citizens. Okay? What
is the relation? I'm so confused on what the relation here is.
Okay, by you live streaming.
Yeah. For everybody that works at at Starbucks,
you are
Starbucks
really
citizens.
It is unbelievable. You're really, honestly, very brilliant at how well you can cut people off without allowing them to execute a full point. It's unbelievable, and that's not good.
I've been kind. I've been so kind to you. Do you know how many donations I've gotten while I've been having this conversation with you? But I've decided to instead thank the donors after my conversation with you, so I could allow you a chance to speak.
First of all, you've just lied.
No, nobody gives a shit. So now I'm gonna go and thank my donors now because I only did that to be respectful to you, to have as productive of a conversation as possible. But now you've devolved beyond that point. So I would really like to thank Janet for the $100 YouTube super chat, saying, Dean, thank you for sticking up for women. Janet, I really appreciate you for the love. It is so good to have you in here today. Thank you so very, very much. I saw that donation. I've just been holding the donos off until the end of the debate, but Caleb, he doesn't give a shit, so I'll thank you now. Thank you so much, Janet. I want to see at least 1 billion W Janets in both of the live chats. You are the absolute GOAT from FOCO. We love you. Diva Janet is back once again today. Thank you so much, Janet. I'd also like to thank Ricky with the $20 YouTube super chat, saying, keep it up, Dean, love it. Shout out to Ricky. JL with the 10 CFHF, thank you. As well as Traceless with the $10. Thank you, Traceless. Air with a 2. Venus with a 5. Izzy with a 5. Gala with a 5. Air with a 5, JL with the 20 CHF, Black with a 5, Infinite with the $20, at least 200 W's for Infinite, Mike with the $5, M with the $8 Australian dollars, Udal with the $5, Abby with the $5, Daryl with the $5. Thank you guys so much for the love. You guys are literally popping off. I'd also like to thank Sonia with the $2, Ruby with the $2, and Irene with the $10 on PayPal, and then Izzy with the $50 donation over on PayPal, saying, you fucking tell him. I want to see at least 500 W Izzy's in the live chats. Thank you so much. That is insane. W's for Izzy. I'd also like to thank Megan with the $10 and then Jano with the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Jana.
Let me speak.
And Alyssa, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. I do have to appreciate you so much for the love, Alyssa.
They're telling you to let me speak.
We're almost there. Then Abby with $1, Sarah with $1, Wendy with the $5 over on Venmo, Ariana with the $2 on Venmo, and then Joseph with the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Joseph. At least 300 W Josephs in the chat. Then Aaron with a $20 donation on Venmo, ARIN. Thank you so much for the love, Aaron. Then Samantha with the $15 and Brooke with the 10. Thank you, Samantha and Brooke. That means the world. Thank you guys so very much for the love. And then also Victoria 44 minutes ago with the $20. Thank you, Victoria. Huge shout out to all of the donors. I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. You guys are awesome. Let's just get a bunch of W's all around in that comment section. Thank you guys so much. Huge W. There's all the donors from about the last hour. I appreciate you guys so very much for the love. Good, Caleb.
You good?
Yeah.
You're done with the donations for a second?
Yeah.
Okay, so back to your comment about there's no such thing as a JCPenney citizen or a White House citizen. I want to make the point that TikTok has people from different nations on the same app, correct? Just yes or no?
Well, yeah.
Just yes or no?
Actually, technically not.
What? Come again?
Technically, the U.S. has its own independent servers in Texas, but ignoring technicalities, sure.
Well, ignoring technicality, I mean, that's a big fucking technicality. Can you go right now and watch a live stream from somebody in a different country?
Yes.
Yes.
Off of
Okay.
off of completely separate and distinct servers. Mel, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you, Mel. So are you Tiffany, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love. I appreciate that, Tiffany. So are you saying it's okay for undocumented migrants to work at multinational conglomerates?
Sure, I don't care.
What?
As long as they live in America.
Wait. So undocumented migrants, under your view, can work a job in America as long as it's an international
No, I
company.
just said as long as they aren't in America.
So then why is it harmful for undocumented migrants to work jobs in America?
Okay, let's say, name your U.S. city. Let's say Dallas, Texas.
Epic
right?
Gamer, thank you for the £10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. God. Wendy, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo.
Yeah, buddy. Let's say Dallas, Texas, right?
Okay.
You have a Home Depot in Dallas, Texas, let's just say. The job goes to an undocumented immigrant, while the other guy who applied for the job, didn't get the job. Now his family no longer has the funds to survive, right?
Yeah.
Who should have gotten that job?
The undocumented migrant if they're more qualified.
Are you serious?
Are you advocating for DEI, you communist?
It's not DEI. It's hiring someone.
Wait, you're saying that we should hire based on merit, you liberal?
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we should hire people who are here legally.
Wait, I just want to ask you a question real quick, because you're saying the
Go ahead.
harm being generated there is by the citizen being denied the job so he can't feed his family. So if that undocumented migrant was a citizen and they got the job, would that other citizen still not be able to feed their family?
Yes, but it would not be.
Why is it only harmful for undocumented migrants to work in America and no other demographic? If I fucking got that job, that other person that applied would also be unable to feed their family.
Yes, but you are a legal citizen.
So then the harm's not rooted in the undocumented migrant working the job, and it's rooted in the fact that they don't have legal residency.
No, but I would.
It has nothing to do with working the job whatsoever.
I'd take it 7 days a week and twice on Sunday. 2 legal citizens go out for a job and 1 legal citizen get it, then a non-documented migrant get it.
Wait, so I have a question. For all of the undocumented migrants that are in our country right now, that have been in our country for the last 4, 8, 12, 16 years, would you prefer that none of them ever worked a job?
What do you mean? They never work a job for the rest of
No, just like all of the undocumented migrants that have been working and providing $100 billion in taxes into our federal government for the last 30 years, that have also been spending the money they make to grow the American GDP. Would you prefer, in retrospect, that none of those undocumented migrants ever worked a job?
Yes, we should have given them to U.S. citizens.
Okay, so you're literally advocating for a lower GDP today than we have and less government revenue than we have, which means less government programs than we have.
If it means no illegal immigrants and U.S. citizens getting jobs, then 110%, man.
Yeah, well, precisely my fucking point. You don't place America first, you place America last, because you would prefer a world in which the average quality of life is lower and the American economy is not as strong as it is today, and we don't have as many social services as we have today because our federal revenues are lower compared to where we're at now. You're literally saying that you think that you place America first and you advocate what will bring the most prosperity to our country and the economy in our country, but as soon as somebody is working a job to provide for that economy that you don't like, that has been neglected by our government, you think it's all bad and wrong, and you'd actively advocate for a lower quality of life in a worse economy. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't think we'd see a lower quality of life. I think house prices would drop if no illegal immigrants were here. I think that it'd be more affordable to buy a house. I'd like to buy a house in the next few years. You know what I mean?
Wait, I have a question. What is Donald Trump's housing affordability policy?
Well, first of all, deportation will lower house prices because houses will become open that are not currently open.
So you're saying that undocumented migrants are so productive in our economy that they are literally more productive than you, and they're buying houses and you're not?
Well, first of all, they've had a bit of a head start.
Should we deport you? Should we deport you because you're hurting this country? You're not a productive provider?
Oh my God, I am a legal, naturally born citizen.
So it has nothing to do with with one's economic impact. Hey, I have a question. Do you think that we should get rid of FAFSA, which is government aid for underprivileged American students to go to university? Because if we were to get rid of FAFSA, there'd be less competition and so far as entrance into these universities, so their acceptance rates would be higher and their tuition would be lower.
No, I don't think we should get rid of FAFSA.
Wait, why? Because their acceptance rates would be higher and their tuitions would be lower. The same way if we deported all undocumented migrants, houses would apparently cost less as there'd be more in supply.
Well, do illegal immigrants benefit from FAFSA?
Do undocumented migrants benefit from FAFSA? No.
Okay, then no, leave it. It helps the U.S. citizens.
So, of course, yeah, it has nothing to fucking do with the price of the house or like the price of the tuition of college. And it has all to do with just hating undocumented migrants.
It has nothing to do with.
And wait. Then this just all goes back into my original point.
Love the people.
Wait. So if Kamala Harris was president today, and tonight she naturalized all undocumented migrants, and tomorrow all undocumented migrants were citizens, would you say that they'd no longer be perpetuating any harm? They're no longer stealing American jobs, and they're no longer hurting the housing market because at the end of the day, all of these things are just helping American citizens.
In one night, you would not be able to properly screen every single undocumented immigrant in the country.
We're just going to assume that she can for simplicity. I would
I'm
rather.
not going to assume
I would
that.
rather
No.
say you wake up tomorrow and all undocumented migrants are citizens to run the hypothetical to saying, okay, well, Kamala Harris is president in the next 4 months. She, delineates this plan and arbitrates and screens all undocumented migrants and slowly, it's just more complex that way. I'm just saying. Tonight, all undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes become citizens. You wake up tomorrow, are undocumented migrants still hurting our country?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to play that hypothetical because it makes no logical sense.
Because it defeats your argument. Because you're saying that
No,
has
it does
nothing to do
not.
with
No, it
taking
does
jobs
not.
or increasing the prices of houses, and all to do with the fact that they're not citizens. So if they were citizens, would they still be causing this harm?
If they are legal citizens,
Hold on. First of all, how many people realistically do you think that they could naturalize in a year?
Bro, dude, literally just respond to the hypothetical for simplicity.
Well, you respond to this. I'm not responding to your hypothetical.
Okay, well, if you're not going to respond to my hypothetical, leave the live. You've lost the debate because you're unwilling to engage in somebody that disagrees with you.
Well, I actually don't know how to leave this, so you can kick me, but I'm not losing anything. I'm not going to play your one-night hypothetical. How many people?
Wait. Watch this. Give me good reason you shouldn't engage with my hypothetical.
Because it's impossible to even begin to think about naturalizing all of the undocumented immigrants in one night without being able to properly screen them.
So, assuming that this can be done, why won't you entertain the hypothetical? Okay, fine. I'll just pause it away for whatever reason is something that you like more. Kamala Harris is president. You wake up a year from now, and all undocumented migrants are now citizens because they have been naturalized. Okay?
Have they done it the right way?
Well, they did it in the right way in accordance with mass amnesty. So, undocumented
No,
migrants.
No. I don't want mass amnesty. It does not align with my.
I'm not asking you if you want it. I'm saying Kamala Harris does it. You wake up a year from now. Are those new citizens?
It'd be harmful to the country.
Wait, why?
Why?
Yeah, because the last time you told me that they were harming America.
how did they
They're
get
harming
here,
America
Dean?
because they weren't citizens, but now they are citizens. So how is that harming America? If they are citizens, if you wake up a year from now and all these undocumented migrants that are working these jobs, living in these houses are now citizens, name one way that they would be harming America a year from now.
How did they get here?
By entering into the country with the use of undocumented means.
Okay, well, that is a crime, so they should be deported.
So you're telling me that if you were to wake up in a year and all of these undocumented migrants were now citizens, that they would currently be hurting America because they entered in with the use of undocumented means a year ago?
Well, first of all, I'd be incredibly pissed off if they were all naturalized because they committed a crime.
Well, tell me, name one way that they would be currently harming America in a year if they were naturalized.
If they were naturalized, first of all, they did it through ill-gotten ways.
I'm not asking you about how they harmed America when they came in with the use of
please let me
undocumented
finish
means.
a thought.
I'm asking you how they are harming America right now if they were all citizens.
They would be harming the American citizens who came into the country, did it the exact right way, became naturalized citizens, not by some mass amnesty program.
Wait, but a mass amnesty program would be the right way because you conceive of the right way as the legal way, and mass amnesty would be legal.
I don't conceive of the right way as the legal way. I conceive of...
So then what the fuck is your critique of undocumented migration? Because you can't just say that, I disagree because it's illegal.
I should have phrased it this way. I don't agree with your legal way because it's unrealistic.
Wait, so you think that the mass deportation of 12 million people is realistic, but offering 12 million people citizenship or residency isn't realistic? Why?
Because first of all, just like your earlier hypothetical, it can't happen in one night. I think in our best estimations, we can deport. I think I heard this from Manny.
Bro, I literally
Okay, well,
changed.
continue,
I literally
continue
changed the
to allow me
parameters.
to,
I
to
changed the
make my point
parameters of the
instead of cutting me
hypothetical
off
to
with
account for the
absolute
one night
brilliance.
and saying that it
You're
happened
a
over a year or
horrible
two.
debater, Dean. You don't know how to actually let somebody finish a point. It's unbelievable.
You're getting absolutely destroyed in this debate. What do you
Am
mean
I?
I'm not a debater? Absolutely,
Am
Caleb.
I?
Yes,
Well,
objectively. Objectively.
once again, every time I open my mouth, it seems as though you want to cut me off without allowing me to finish a complete and
Please go ahead.
coherent.
I'm sorry. I'm getting excited. Go ahead and finish.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
It's
So
so
first of
unbelievable.
all,
Sorry.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I have to restrain myself. It's unbelievable. I can't. I'm trying not to, laugh. But okay, so let's look at it this way, right? I think at our biggest expectations, we could mass deport. I think it was 3 to 4 million people a year. I think that was what I heard recently, and that may be wrong. It may be right. Whatever. If we could do that naturalization process, 3 to 4 million people a year, it would still take. There's 12 million undocumented migrants, right?
It's different sources say different things. I don't
Yeah,
think
but
anybody knows how many undocumented migrants
Exactly,
are.
which is another problem. But let's just take that right there. Let's just ballpark 12 to 13 or 10 to 12, whatever. It would take at least 3 years.
Okay.
And I don't want to have to deal with their harm for the next 4 years while we wait for
the unicorn. Holy shit.
nonsense.
For a W unicorn? Yeah, isn't
I
it
know.
Santana? Isn't this guy a little silly? He's like,
He is, listen.
undocumented migrants are perpetuating harm because they're documented. But if they were undocumented, they'd perpetuate no harm mysteriously, even if they were doing the same thing that they were doing before.
And you've been
They'd be
smacking him around
citizens.
for like the last 30 minutes. And when he actually refused to engage in your hypothetical, like, what are we talking about? Right. But Caleb, I got a question for you because
So,
you said something earlier about how, these undocumented immigrants are taking away potential jobs from US citizens, right?
sure.
Cool. Let me ask you this. Do you believe in reinvesting in the education system? Do you think that we should have like free college tuition?
No, I don't think it should be free.
Bro, what?
So you don't think that we should invest in our education system and allow people to actually obtain degrees and actual information easier?
I think we should lower it. In my state, if you have a 3.5 GPA in high school, you can go to a community college for 2 years, qualify for something called Phi Theta Kappa, which then allows you to go to your last 2 years at a 4-year university within the state for free. So you could go through all 4 years of school for free if you made a certain grade point average.
So do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree with it because it's merit based. You have to be able to do something to get it.
Yeah, I mean, in order to actually enter college, you still have to actually be able to qualify for it. So you are still getting in on merit. I mean, you can't just go to Harvard with a 1.2 GPA. So, like, I mean, there's still set standards no matter what college. But the point being is
Well,
you're
real quick,
hyperfixating.
just real quick, Harvard's a private university, so I don't actually care what they do. It's you know what I mean.
Okay,
But let's take Virginia. You know what I mean?
University of Southern California.
Yeah.
Cool. Same. It doesn't matter. My point stands is that you're hyperfixating on losing out on these jobs, these potential jobs, when it's shown that undocumented immigrants tend to prop up the different industries that a lot of people don't want to work in, like the service industry, like the construction industry, like the actual the service, construction, and farming industry, right? Instead of actually trying to get Americans to get those jobs, we should actually be investing more in STEM programs, more mathematics, our education system. So we're actually pushing our country ahead, and we're able to actually capitalize on these additional jobs that are coming in, like in AI, instead of actually worrying about getting jobs at Lowe's or McDonald's or whatever. So instead of saying that they're taking opportunities, we should be creating new opportunities to push our society forward instead of trying to bring back manufacturing. That's ridiculous.
I'd agree with you that we should be pushing our society to create new jobs.
So why not do both? We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Instead of getting rid of undocumented immigrants and crashing our economy, why not actually allow them a legal path to citizenship while strengthening our economy, pushing us forward, and creating more jobs?
Well, I think in certain way it would depend on how you naturalize them. It really would. If they had to go through the exact same process of naturalization that an immigrant who comes to the country the right way and does immigration the right way, like some of my friends have, then I think that's.
So that's exactly what I think. I think that we should expedite the pathway to residency and citizenship for literally everyone. I think that every human, right, that wants to be a citizen of America should be able to become a citizen of America in like 3 months or less, being screened for prior violent offenses.
I don't think 3 months or less because
Why?
I'm not sure it institutes this. Well, first of all, from one of my close friends who has told me a good bit about the naturalization program, he says that it's one of the most beautiful things ever because it is a select group of people. You have to bring something to the economy.
Bro, why do you want it to be selective?
Exactly. You do understand that you do understand that we have like a actual birth rate issue here, right? And the only reason that we're able to actually keep up is because of the amount of immigration we have in the country. I mean, like there's multiple countries around the world that they're not keeping up with their actual birth rate.
I just want to point it out. The only arguments that you could make right now is like preserving the culture of America, preserving the identity of America, having more white people. You have to make a Hitler argument right now,
which I'm not going to take.
Okay, is there any arguments apart from Hitler arguments to try to justify that the processes of migration should be more selective?
If it's a British person who comes in illegally, they should be deported.
So then what's the argument? So why should our immigration processes be more selective than screening for individuals that have prior violent offenses and take longer than 3 months? What's the argument?
Well, first of all, do you have some detailed plan that would take 3 months? What's your precedent here, Dean?
I want you to answer my question, Caleb.
Well, you can answer mine.
After you answer mine.
You mind if I throw something out, Dean?
For sure.
So, Caleb, I love that idea, right? 3 months is more than enough reasonable time. If the Trump administration wasn't trying to strip away three-letter agencies, the FBI has the ability to actually complete multiple layers of background checks within that time frame. I'm actually someone who has had to get security clearance to access our nuclear weapon station, right? So I had to go through that detailed FBI background check, and that was more than enough time to actually comb through my entire history and get verification. We have the ability if we want to actually dedicate the resources to it, but it goes back to the point of actually giving people that pathway to citizenship.
Yeah.
So like there's not, you can't say we can't do it. We actually could if we wanted to.
Yeah, Caleb, could you please try to give me an argument apart from a Hitler argument to prove your point?
First of all, I haven't given you a Hitler argument.
Well, he hasn't given an argument yet. He's just told us what he's believed.
He's dancing around it.
So far, he's told us that he believes that it should take longer. One moment, Caleb. So far, he's told us that he believes.
Race, what was based on religion, and what.
So far, he's told us that he believes that it should take longer than 3 months. He hasn't given us an argument insofar as why, though. So give me an argument for that. That isn't a Hitler argument.
He's dancing around it, and I hear it. He just won't say it with his whole chest.
Yeah. Give us an argument, Caleb. Why should it take longer than 3 months? You better not mention how many white people there are in America or the cultural identity. What did that one lady say on fucking Jubilee? Xenophobic nationalism? What's the R, man?
I'm not even sure what that means, to be honest with you.
Me neither.
Yeah, that's a strange thing. So first of all, if there was a plan that within 3 months it would be pretty much or close to the exact same thing as the here we go. Hold on, sorry, that threw me off for a second. If there was a plan that took 3 months or less, and it was
like what kind of screening processes do you want to apply to migrants?
Well, first of all, I'm no expert on screening processes.
I'm just asking you if we just don't want to let people come into our country that have prior violent offenses. Like, what else do you think should exist?
Well, I think obviously not on prior violent offenders, but also I think that the fact of the matter is that if you can get it as close as possible, or the exact same thing as the current citizenship process.
Well, like, what is the current
reduce that? Well,
process?
Please let me finish the point, please. And you can reduce that down into 3 months. I'm all for it. But if you cannot, then I don't think we should do it.
Okay, what's the current citizenship process, and why do you agree with it?
Well, I'd have to look it up, but
So
from
then,
every
why do you know it's the most preferable process to gain citizenship if you don't even know what it is?
because I've had friends who have told me that it's incredibly beneficial for them.
So other people have just said it was great. It was great. It was so good. It was so good. Okay. Well, what is it? What are they calling so good? Because I've had people tell me that Trump's so good, and we know that's not true. So
Exactly.
why,
Well,
why,
you
don't,
know
why don't you
that's
go
so
ahead and tell
good.
me? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and tell me that a grapus is good. Try it.
Huh?
You heard me. Go ahead and tell me that a grapus is good.
I think Trump has good policies.
Good
I don't think he's a
policies.
morally
What
upright
policy?
person.
What policy?
Yeah. It's
What policy?
His immigration policy.
really name one.
Huh?
Name one. What's your
Deportation, buddy.
mass deportation?
It's
And
not a policy.
we've
That's
already,
just a wild idea.
yeah, we've already kind of like ran down that too. Mass deportation lowers average qualities of life.
You know, Dean, I'm not sure we're going to get anywhere with this because I've given you, my point of
Do you
view.
think that our GDP will go down if we do a mass deportation? It's like its growth will slow.
It may for a minute, but I'm not sure it would stay there forever. I don't
Hey,
think it would. I
Caleb,
think it'd go back
Caleb,
up.
what state do you live in?
I'd rather not disclose that information.
It's just the state, buddy. No one's gonna be able to find you from your state.
Yeah, well, I'd rather not disclose that information.
You live in the South, the North, the East, the
Okay.
Midwest, like area. Then
If he doesn't want to disclose it, it's fine. So
Yeah,
okay.
come
So we know that mass
What?
deportation will decrease quality of life insofar as slowing GDP growth. Do you think that it'll slow government revenue income?
Do I think it'll slow government revenue income?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
It might. I'm not particularly educated on it, but it might.
It would. Undocumented migrants pay $100 billion in taxes per year. So it'd slow government revenue income, which is also bad for qualities of life.
Could you tell me the total government tax revenue?
Not off the top of my head. Are you just gonna make an argument that it only decrease the quality of life a little?
Well, it wouldn't decrease my quality of life.
Or
Oh,
the
'cause
average
it's all
quality of
about
life?
you.
Huh?
Oh, so it's only about your quality of life? Tell me one way that
It's
undocumented migrants have hurt your quality of life.
Well, I can't say that they've personally hurt my quality of life.
Okay, so then why do you care? The same way that you just told me that you understand that mass deportation would negatively impact average quality of life, but you don't care because it doesn't affect your quality of life.
Did I
So
say
then
that it would?
Why do you care about how undocumented migrants seemingly increase average quality of life, even though you don't have an argument for it? Seems like you're just racist.
I'm not racist, man.
Well, give
care
me an
what
alternative to
color, creed,
racism.
ethnicity, religion you
But I want an
are.
alternative.
I think you should come here legally.
So then
That is
give me an alternative to racism. I'm giving you the chance to.
an alternative to racism?
Yeah, give me an
Yeah,
alternative, an alternative justification to racism to explain how mass deportation increases average quality of life.
First of all, I don't care what race, country, ethnicity, or religion you are. If you came here illegally, you need to leave.
So then, what's
That's
the
cool.
arc?
Are you going to substantiate your claim? I mean,
Yeah.
like Dean said, actually name something. He's giving you the opportunity to prove him wrong, like right now.
I am mostly French, Dean. Right?
What does
if
that have to
that-
do with? What does
Well,
that have
if
to
you
do
let me
with?
finish the statement, Santana, it'd really be beneficial to you both.
Yo,
Okay,
Janet!
go ahead and monologue.
Janet, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube saying, how could you talk to someone so delusional? A lot of like mind numbness. I just am unfortunately used to talking to pretty delusional people. Good question nonetheless. And thank you seriously so much for the $50 donation. That is fucking insane. I want to see at least 500 W's for Janet in the chat. That is nuts. Thank you so much, Janet. Holy cow. And also RA with the $10 saying, Dino, I was having a bad day and I just checking and I can't read the last part because YouTube cut it off for some reason. Checking and waiting for you to go live. Your streams are the only thing that make me feel better. I love you, Dean. Oh, I love you too, Rain, and I'm so sorry that you've not had a good day.
Dean, I'm
Hopefully
going to
this
leave
good.
because you keep reading these donations, and
What?
it's
No, you're going to leave because you know that you've hit the end of the road. You have no argument. If
Yeah.
you want to run,
my
go ahead and
argument
run.
is that if you are here illegally, you should leave.
Yeah.
That's
But
not
why?
It's not an argument, that's a
Why?
claim, silly boy.
Yeah.
That's not
Also, the reason why the reason why I threw the question out earlier, hey Caleb, the reason why I threw the question out earlier about where you live is because the things that Dean was telling you about, reducing the quality of life, hurting the economy, all of those things, you do know that there's a state in the United States that's already tried this mass deportation process, right?
What state? Was it Texas?
Nope, Florida.
Florida. Yeah. I don't live in Florida.
Florida did that. They hurt their state economy. Inflation went through the roof. Like it was absolutely horrible. So they've already tested these exact same things, and it failed massively in Florida. Like we already know exactly how this goes, and for some reason you still think it's a good idea.
Because they're here illegally, Santana.
Mm.
They're here illegally. Everybody, just go crazy and go stupid because they're here illegally. This is a cause for uproar. We need more inflation because they're here illegally. We need slow GDP growth because they're here illegally. We need to cut government revenue because they're here illegally. We need your quality of life to be worse because they're here illegally. See how nonsensical this is? Listen,
But
God,
Dean, if they weren't here illegally, they would be fine. Same people, same exact situation, but just weren't here illegally, they would be fine.
Yeah. Listen, man. I've already given you my position on the morality of undocumented entry into our country as it stands today. I place most of that blame on the American government for neglecting the legal processes of migration, and that is the main incentive for individuals to enter into our country with the use of undocumented means. So I don't think that there's a grave moral travesty with undocumented entry. But even if we do accept that that is a problem, that is an issue that the undocumented migrants are culpable for, how come you literally want to take the worst possible pathway to somehow resolve that issue that only creates more issues?
Well, I think I've laid out my position pretty simply.
No, you haven't. I asked you to give me an argument that wasn't indicative of you liking Hitler, and you just still haven't.
Well, that's I'm not going to allow you to keep calling me Hitler, man. Or
I'm not calling you Hitler. I'm asking you to give me a non-Hitler-esque argument. That's all that I want.
He's highlighting the fact that like whether you're willingly or unwillingly or whether you're doing it on purpose or not, that's the basis of your argument. And we're just anything else except they're undocumented, like any other justification.
Yeah, dude, I am giving you a very open and ample opportunity to grab the mic from me and be like, Dean, here's exactly why I think that mass deportation is better than mass amnesty, and here's how it will generate a significantly better outcome. Okay? But you haven't done that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is my sole belief. I'm not a politician. I'm not a policy expert, right? I think if you've done something illegal, a punishment should ensue. If you are here illegally, you should leave. Okay.
Do you think Donald Trump should be in jail?
If he was in a court of law, a criminal court, and was convicted and sentenced,
he was convicted of 34 counts of felonies.
Was he
do you
sentenced?
think he should be in, do you think he should be in jail? No, you said if you do something illegal, then you should be in jail. You just said that. So Trump was convicted. So he should be in jail, right? Again, he was convicted, so he should be in jail, right? I mean, he broke the law. He did something illegal. The judge found him guilty. I'm sorry, the jury found him guilty. The judge recognizes that he is a felon, so he should be in jail, right?
Well,
under your worldview.
I think it's also been established that was an incredibly biased judge.
Oh, so it's
wait, who convicted him? The judge or the jury?
Huh?
Yeah, who
the judge would be in charge of sentencing.
Who gave him a guilty conviction, the judge or the jury?
Well, I mean, it was a very blue state, and I doubt that many
a
of
very
the
blue state.
Okay, well, if we can't be respectful, then I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, looking for any excuse. Looking for any excuse.
So are those undocumented immigrants being wrongly convicting or saying that they're being convicted in a crime or committing a crime because they're entering in red states or whatever? Like if they come through Texas, like is that the theory since it's like a blue state versus red state thing?
I don't care what state you come through.
A crime is a crime, right?
Yes.
So Trump committed a crime and he was convicted, so he should be in jail. We agree.
I think that there's a better way to go about this. What do you think an adequate punishment for rape is?
For rape, I would say life in prison.
So Donald Trump should spend the rest of his life in prison.
Right.
To be completely honest with you, I am not completely educated on that case. If I was, I'd give you an accurate answer based on my beliefs.
You're very obviously willfully ignorant to that case, and you don't want to educate yourself on it, or you would have.
That's so.
Obviously.
Okay.
How
Is
long?
this the first time you've ever heard of it?
No, because he knew
No, it's not the
exactly
first
what the
time I've
case
ever heard of
is.
it, but I
Okay.
also haven't spent hours poring over my
Then you're
laptop.
willfully ignorant.
Wait,
Just like Dean just said.
I have a question. Do you think that OJ's guilty?
Do I think that OJ's guilty?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Name one piece of evidence that the civil court used to find him guilty.
Once again, I have not looked into that case.
I know you haven't looked into it, but you assume he's guilty because the jury who spent years looking into it unanimously agreed. Kind of my point.
To be honest,
took
with
a-
you, I don't.
you
well,
took a
first of all,
very
he was
strong
found non-
stance.
He was found not guilty in criminal court.
It makes my case even stronger.
Exactly.
Make your case stronger.
Which court was Donald Trump convicted in?
Was it civil court?
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, that is
Same
then
thing
he
as
shouldn't be
OJ.
in jail. If it's civil court,
No, I asked about the crime, but you just actually doubled down and made Dean's point because, civil court, right?
civil court is
So
punishable
do
by.
you wait, so do you think that the justification of OJ, you just outrightly just immediately was like, yeah, I do, without knowing any information, but you're good with
said
the
probably.
conviction of OJ, but you're not good with the conviction of Trump, even though you know the same amount for both of them, and both of them were in civil
Notice
court.
how I did not say that OJ should have gone to prison.
Wait,
He
all
was
that I
convicted
asked
in
you,
civil
all
court.
that I asked you was if OJ was guilty, and then you're like, probably. But all that you know about OJ was that he was held liable by a jury in a civil court. I have a question. Name every fact you know about Donald Trump relating to him raping E. Jean Carroll.
I don't know much at all.
Is the only fact you know is that he was held liable for it in a civil court, just like the OJ case?
Yes.
So how come
Then-
OJ's probably guilty, but you have no fucking clue about Trump?
Ooh, I know why, Dean.
I've watched.
Because he's
the-
willfully ignorant.
So go ahead, Caleb. I'd love for you to answer that question.
I watched a documentary on the OJ thing once when I was like 13.
Oh,
I
so
don't
that
really-
documentary gave you more information about the case. So tell me everything that you know about the OJ case beyond the fact that he was held civilly liable.
Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure that one of the Kardashians was talking about like, oh, it was Uncle OJ, whatever, and then he killed Aunt. What was the woman who he will say allegedly murdered? What was her-
Allegedly, no, you agreed that that guy is probably guilty.
No, I said probably.
All convictions of guilt are probabilistically based. We don't have certain knowledge that anybody committed any crime.
What?
In a very analytical sense, we don't have certain knowledge of anybody committing any crime ever. It's all
Okay.
based upon some probability.
Dean, if we have a video camera on the street, one guy walks up, pulls a gun out, and shoots the other guy. That is 100%.
No, it's not.
Hey,
Is
it's
there at
not.
least a
It totally is.
0.00001% chance that it's AI?
I was just about that, especially
Yeah.
the way that AI is now. I mean, it's getting kind of scary,
Well, I'm not a big fan of AI in general.
but it still makes Dean point.
Yeah. You think that like probable guilt is just alleged guilt, which is false. No, we use probable guilt to delineate consequence in both civil and criminal courts. In a civil court, it just has to be more likely than not to have occurred. In a criminal court, it has to be clear beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, meaning that it's not 100% certainly true. It's just true beyond an unreasonable extent. So you could have unreasonable appeals to some probability that one is innocent. However, they do not account to any reasonable objection. Like an unreasonable appeal to innocence for a man that was caught in 4K on camera killing somebody would be that it's AI and making the claim baselessly. You know what I mean? So I guess the point is we do use probability to account and delineate for guilt. So I just want to clarify.
In the criminal court he was found guilty, then yes, he should be in prison. If he's found guilty,
We're not even there yet. I'm still attacking the fact. I'm still attacking the fact that you don't know really anything about either OJ or Trump's case, but you assume OJ is probably guilty, but you don't do the same for Trump. Why?
Because
Because he watched a documentary when he was 13.
Is that why?
12 or 13, yes.
Is that Caleb? But you didn't get any information from that documentary apart from
That's
the
a long
fact
time
that
ago,
somebody
dude.
accused him of murder. So please tell me, do you know that a woman accused Donald Trump of rape?
Yes, I do.
So what's the difference between the information you have on the two court cases?
Okay. Well, first of all, OJ was found guilty in civil court.
Yeah.
Trump was found guilty in civil court.
Precisely.
Therefore, neither of them had to serve.
That's not
prison.
even what I'm asking you. I'm just asking you why you said OJ is probably guilty, but you didn't say the same thing about Trump.
OJ, first of all, the public precedent for the majority I would say 99% of people are going to say that OJ is guilty, in my experience.
Okay,
anyway.
well, I'm not talking about anybody but you. Tell me why you say that OJ is probably guilty, but you don't say the same about Trump.
Well, because of what people have told me.
Okay, so
I
this is
haven't
what
heard
people have told you.
overwhelm-
Fucking exactly. Is what people tell you and the lack of evidence indicate anything about what's true or false?
Do you repeat that? Sorry.
Does popular belief in the lack of evidence indicate or tell us anything about what's true or false?
No.
Precisely. So you're literally telling me the only reason that you don't assume that Trump is probably guilty like OJ is because of an unreasonable, irrational standard of popular opinion.
Here's another thing, and if Trump has done something like this just crossed my mind. I've seen the clip of him playing that joke on the Dateline or 60 Minutes reporter or whatever, where he like OJ hides, and then he comes out and he's like, "Oh, I got you," and he's got like the fake knife in his hand. That's something that a murderer would do. Have
You
either
know
of you
what
seen that?
something? You know what something else a rapist would do? They would sexualize their own daughter. They would sexualize the 10-year-old.
Good point.
They would walk into the dressing room of underage
Very good point.
teenagers.
Very
So
good point.
if those are things that a murderer would do, those are also things that a rapist would do.
Very good point.
So Trump
Well,
did it,
I
right?
haven't seen just to sort of go with Dean's point here. I haven't seen video evidence of Trump doing any of those things. I've seen video evidence of OJ doing this with a knife.
Donald
and
Trump.
gotcha.
So yeah, Donald Trump gloated and boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA without their consent or permission.
I'd have to look at that, Dean, because I can't confidently say that that's true without watching that.
Yeah, that's only something people that want to remain willfully ignorant say. But I'm actually going to do something very special for you. Do you want to know what it is?
What's that?
I'm going to play it for
You're
you.
gonna kick me? Huh?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
What you could also say is the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty nasty, Dean. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Is that something a rapist would do?
What's that?
Is that something a rapist would do?
I mean, I don't know what a rapist would do, but it's definitely not a nice thing to do.
So you don't know what a rapist would do, but you do know what a murderer would do.
Well, didn't OJ also write a book, How I Did It?
Well, on a technicality.
Is that how it's called?
It was
What's
called
it called?
If I Did It. This is how I did it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize. I thought it was How I Did It. My bad.
No,
That's all.
that is totally something that a fucking murderer would do. That is totally something that a fucking murderer would do. Yeah.
I think it's. I mean, just me talking here. I think it's a lot easier to say like what a murderer would do rather than what a rapist would do. I think.
I just think it's funny that your last concern is what is the evidence that they did it. And then also, the fact that you knew this man was held civilly liable for rape in court, and you're still like, I'm not going to look into that at all and vote for him to be our president is such cult-like, such abhorrent, immoral behavior. It is so gross. It is so sympathetic to rape culture. It is so harmful to victims and women. I can't even believe it. I feel like any rational, sane Trump supporter prior to the election, if they even got word that he was held liable for this, the first thing they do is suspend their judgment and support for Trump and automatically go on Google and look at the evidence that the jury used to hold him liable.
And like here's another thing.
Not if they want to be willfully ignorant, Dean.
Yeah,
I mean, because if you can say I don't know when you don't have to actually dig into an actual topic, when you can actually say, oh, I didn't know that he actually got convicted of rape. I didn't know that, he sexualized a 10-year-old. I didn't know that he said that he had sex in common with his daughter. I didn't know these things. Then you can actually say, well, if I would have known, I wouldn't have voted for him, but I voted for him. So
yeah, it's just
here's another thing. I will thank you.
Caleb,
I will
real quick.
Yeah.
If I thank some donors, are you gonna leave?
Can I say this and then I'll
quick.
leave because I actually want to thank you both, if that's okay.
Go for it, Caleb.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank you both for the discourse, right? I think it was very helpful for me. I hope it was at least a little bit helpful for you. If not, if you didn't even agree with a single thing I said, at least that you got a bit of perspective on the other side's views in maybe a different way than you have before. So I hope that happened. Second of all, I want to thank you for pointing out that I may be willfully ignorant. And if I am, and I did not know that before, then I will certainly be looking into that in the future, probably right when I get off of here. So thank you for that. And lastly, just thanks for having me on for the debate, man.
Yeah, Caleb, appreciate you for coming up. I hope that this does serve as a wake-up call for you. I do see you as being significantly more intelligent than the average person that comes on my live. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, that pisses me off. You upset me more than the average person that comes onto my life because of that fact. Because you are significantly more intelligent than the average guest, and you're still yielding these conclusions. So I appreciate you for saying that at the bare minimum, you'll look a little bit more in depth into these things, and I do appreciate that, and I hope that you actually do that, and you know, hopefully you come back, and you know, a couple weeks or something, and you say, Dean, I've changed my views, or here are my updated thoughts for continued conversation, but. Have a good.
Well, I think a person who holds on to values with an iron fist is someone who doesn't learn very much.
Right.
So,
Hey, you know, the past for no justification, and maybe we should be a little more progressive.
well, I might have to disagree with you on that because I think that's a sweeping generalization, but I don't want to really get into that right now.
Conservatism in a nutshell is just the conservation of traditional beliefs because they're traditional. So, I mean,
Exactly.
yeah. Open-mindedness has a left-leaning bias.
What was that last part? Sorry.
Open-mindedness has a left-leaning bias.
I'd agree that I would agree that in the past that the left historically that the left has been more open-minded. I would agree with that.
No, just liberalism
in the past.
Like I mean, even
I'm saying up to now, Santana. Sorry.
When the Republican Party was formed, the Republican Party held at the time what were considered liberal values,
liberal
conservative.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So it's not even a distinction of the right.
I mean, the Democrats were the Confederates in the Civil War. Yes.
It's
the
not
Dixiecrats.
Yeah, Dixiecrats.
It's not even a distinction of the right and the left. It's more so just conservatism versus liberalism. But all right, Caleb, I hope you have a good rest of your day, man.
Thanks, man. Yep, y'all have a good one.
Santana, you want to hang out up here?
Bro, I'm about to listen to you cook. I only wanted to come up for a second.
Word. No
you
worries.
know, I like hanging out. Can I say quick thank yous?
Yeah. Sure.
Tyler, thank you for the 5 twice, and also Joanne, thank you for the 4. Dean, I appreciate you, bro. I'm gonna drop down and listen.
Cool. I appreciate you for popping up, man.
Yeah.
We're phenomenal. We're gonna get that next guest up in here. What's going on, Jay? Did you vote for Trump?
I mostly joined in to.
No worries. I'm gonna go and assume that means that you didn't vote for Trump, but I do appreciate you for joining. Okay, we got a lot of donos, guys. I'm sorry, I did space them out in between guests. But what I am gonna do now is I'm just gonna I want to give each dono the time of day it deserves. So I'm gonna space them out a little bit. Because I had kind of forgot for so long. I know I didn't forget. That's a bad way to word it. It was more so I was just kind of focused on that conversation. I've been trying to focus on like not interrupting the guests as much, if that makes any sense. Madison, thank you so much for the money gun. But yo, Ari, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Ari says you're the best debater. Well, there's always room to improve, but I do appreciate you for the compliment as well as the support. Everybody, please show some love to Ari down below in that comment section while we do get our next guest up in here. Seriously, thank you so much for the $20 donation. That is incredibly kind. I'd also like to thank Traceless for the $10, saying $10 to interrupt him again. I'm sorry, I could give you a refund because that donation definitely was not used to interrupt him. But thank you for the love nonetheless, Traceless. And then also Taylor with the $20. I appreciate you for that love, Taylor. Taylor says, showing the love not only to yourself, but also to your community for accepting and educating me with open arms and loving kindness. Thank you so much for the love, Taylor. That is an incredibly kind, well-written message. And I love you. Thank you so much for the kind message as well as the $20. Thank you, Taylor. Everybody, 200 W's for Taylor. And what is up, Dylan? Did you vote for Trump?
What's up, Dean? How's it going? Yes, I did vote for Trump. I do want to preface that it's a very hard decision. I've been listening to you and Parker a lot. It's opened a lot of my new ideas, new perspectives. To me, the biggest point of conviction was foreign policy. So, of course, open to hearing your ideas.
Yeah, we could talk about foreign policy. Let's do it. But before we do, I have a couple more people to thank. Karina and Morgan, both with a $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Epic Gamer with the 10 pounds. Thank you, Epic Gamer. And then Traceless with another $20 Super Chat to interrupt him again. Bro, Traceless, dude, you're like $30 out, and I didn't interrupt the guest. I'm so sorry. Everybody, show some special love to Traceless. Traceless is like 0 for 30 right now with spent dollars for interruptions. Alejandra, thank you for the $10. And then Traceless with another 10. Thank you, Alejandra and Traceless. And then Teresa, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you so much. And then Slice Brownies with a $20 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Slice Brownies. Slice Brownies says, keep giving hell, Dean, from the boys at United Steelworkers Union, Louisville, Kentucky. Good to know you guys. There's guys like you and Parker out there fighting for the low and the middle class. Your lives make work easier to get through. Huge shout out to Slice Brownies. Huge shout out. Thank you so much for the love as well as the message. Thank you so much. I love reading those messages, man. What's up, Dylan? You told me that you voted for Trump because of foreign policy. What the hell can that entail? Are you pro-Russia? Are you pro-Israel? Are you pro-imperialism? Or are you pro-economic?
Okay, no. Okay. So throwing a lot of accusations out there initially.
I'm accusing you.
So there was a lot of very scary wars going on, right? Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine. There's always the looming North Korea nuclear threat. China was getting pretty hostile aggressively. There's always a threat of them invading Taiwan. It was, who did I feel more comfortable trying to pursue objectives of peace? Is it Trump or Kamala? And I think if you look historically, right, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, for example. Okay, are you going to keep sighing, or could I just explain?
I'm sorry. I'm very expressive with my emotions.
Okay,
It's not even a conscious thing that I do. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And I just want to preface, I'm super open-minded to hearing your perspective, so no problem. So historically, right, Russia invaded Ukraine under the Obama administrations, did nothing under Trump, and then reinvaded again under Biden
administration. 3 albums his first term, nothing under Biden and Harris, and 1 on the way for Trump's second term. Does that mean that Trump has influenced Playboy Cardi to drop?
No.
So we can't just assume because 2 variables are associated with Trump's administration that he caused them.
Sure, but if he was very frequently having meetings with Playboy Cardi and there was active policy considerations that they were discussing, like having a peace summit in Saudi Arabia, for example, then I could probably assume that he would be a little helpful.
Okay, so then you're telling me that you have an argument to demonstrate that Donald Trump was better for preventing Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear your ideas of potentially being quote unquote pro-Russia, which I'm absolutely not. Russia's very obviously the aggressor, and I think you'll oftentimes hear a lot of MAGA people say oh no, it's all Ukraine's fault. I think that's really, really stupid. But I also think a lot of people are dying in this war, and it needs to get done already. And Biden had the chance to do something. There was nothing. And in just 2 months under Trump, we already have Ukraine agreeing to a ceasefire.
Okay, so here's my thought on Russia and Ukraine. So first and foremost, I think that when you say that Donald Trump has historically demonstrated a stronger sentiment preventing Russian expansionism, I do disagree, as I believe that has kind of been a pillar of one moment. Apparently my audio is glitching over on YouTube. Skipping a CD. Okay, give me one moment, you guys. Here. Guys over on YouTube, am I good now? Give me one moment. Let's see. Better? Okay, perfect. Okay, anyways, to go back to what I was saying. So first of all, I believe that it is objectively the case that the Democrat Party has suggested a stronger anti-Russian sentiment in modern American history, especially as it would apply to Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
I would agree with that.
And obviously, a stronger anti-Russian sentiment would be the sentiment in which is required to be present for more prevention of Russian expansionism. And as that has been demonstrated to a higher degree by Democrats, I'm unlikely to accept your argument that Donald Trump was better to fight against Russian expansionism. And then secondly, you said under Donald Trump's term, well, we've seen that there's been a ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine. That is false. There is not an active ceasefire deal.
Oh, no. I said that Ukraine agreed to a ceasefire, but we have yet to see if Russia's going to agree, although I think they will.
So they actually rejected it 11 hours ago.
Oh, I did not know that. That's interesting. But I think it's at least a step towards peace. I mean, Ukraine was always like, hell no, I'm not, there's no chance I'm agreeing to a ceasefire. And then they recently agreed. Maybe we can tweak the deal a little bit. But in regards to your first point, I think I would agree with you. I think in terms of rhetoric, Democrats are typically going to be a lot more vocal about being anti-Russia. I think in terms of actual policy, though, aside from just purely funding the war, who is going to actually bring peace, right? I think Democrats are interested in whatever Russia does. Let's just oppose them at all costs, no matter how many billions of dollars we're sending abroad, no matter how many lives are being lost. And I think that there's just a lot of people dying, Dean. And I think we just really need to put our resources into finding peace rather than just yelling, screw the dictator, let's keep the war going.
I think that any means to an end in which Ukraine concedes land to Russia is not a peaceful end. And I absolutely hate this story, this narrative, and this dialogue that has been perpetuated by people on the right, including yourself on the live stream today, that would arbitrate a conclusion that Ukrainian secession of land to a foreign aggressor is equivalent to peace. I absolutely reject that, and I'm pretty sure this is a sentiment upheld by other Democrats in Congress as well, is that we will only accept peace if peace is brokered via mass concession of Ukrainian land gained by Russia, given back to Ukraine.
So what do you see as the solution being? Like, let's say Russia already invades, it's a horrible situation. Do you think that we should just be continually funding a war that seemingly has no end?
Absolutely. I think that we should continue to give fund aid and support to Ukraine alongside the entirety of Europe to fight against Russian expansionism as paralleled in the Budapest Memorandum signed in the 90s. And I find that to be incredibly important to do. I find that to be our not only our contractual obligation to do, but also the implication
What's our contractual obligation?
Under the Budapest Memorandum to aid and support Ukraine if they were invaded, given that they denuclearized, and that agreement's from the 90s.
Okay, you can finish. Go ahead.
I'd just like to finish here. When you imply that it seemingly has no end, I just think that you're foregoing a lot of macroeconomic trends of the Russian economy, the inflation of the Russian ruble, and the military strength and the operations of the country as a whole. I think that implying that there's no end to Russia's invasion of Ukraine is absolutely inconsiderate to the fact that we can stand against Russian expansionism. And it's just kind of a very sophist argument to imply that the only way to end the conflict is for Ukraine to give up their land. And I heavily disagree with that.
Sure, yeah, and I think that's a very fair perspective. I would say two responses. First, I don't think Ukraine should just completely give up their land. I personally don't know the details of the ceasefire agreement. I think maybe like very, very minor land concessions may be suitable. I don't think they should just give up the whole country, although I do think that there are some pretty stupid MAGA people that do think that. But second, I think that it's a matter of intent versus capability, and I think intent is more important.
Not an edge.
I'm sorry?
Just in response to what you first said, there's not an edge. And I have something else to add on about the end of this conflict, but I
Okay,
want
sure.
to finish speaking first.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that, relative to the states surrounding Russia, Russia is typically going to be always a lot more powerful, right? So we have to think about the intent to want to be aggressive versus their capability to do so. Because like the ruble wasn't depreciating for a while. Like there's been oil embargoes, sanctions, blah, blah, blah for like a decade now, right? Like since the first Obama administration. And clearly it doesn't really matter because no matter how much the West brings economic pressure on them, they're going to turn to China, a lot of the Eastern allies that they have, so they can sustain any sort of like aggressive military operations that.
So you think the only way to end the conflict is to come up with some peace agreement that gives them land?
Well, I don't think there's a good solution, but I think the war needs to end.
I don't think that will make anything end. What was the Obama Biden's
I think
response?
the priority.
One moment. What was the Obama Biden's response to Russia's annexation of Crimea under their presidency?
Sanctions, economic retaliation.
Essentially some economic retaliation with no funding or support for Crimea, and they just kind of let Russia have Crimea, right?
Yeah, they let Russia have Crimea.
And I have a question.
And then Trump became president.
Did that end any aggression?
But why didn't Putin
Can you answer my question? Did that end any aggression?
Did Obama's policies end any aggression towards Ukraine, is what you're saying?
And any Russian expansion sentiment held by Putin?
It did not up until the Trump
Precisely.
presidency. No, up until the Trump
Fucking
presidency.
precisely. So what we saw was that
But up until
we've
the Trump
already
presidency.
up until the Trump presidency, you have absolutely no reason to suggest any hypothesis is evidently clear insofar as why Russia did not expand under Donald Trump's presidency. You're merely assuming it's the case that they didn't expand because Trump was president. I could also basically posit a hypothesis that the reason they didn't expand under Trump's presidency was that they wanted to lock and reload, right? So anyways, I want to go back to what I was saying. You're saying that if we just kind of, have Ukraine give some concessions, stop fiscally supporting Ukraine insofar as funding and weapons, that this will finally put an end to the conflict. Well, I don't think that taking a very, outside of the conflict, let's just get away from it and let them do their thing eventually and approach works, or else it would have worked with Crimea. But obviously, when we didn't involve with Russia's invasion of Crimea, and we just kind of let them have it, well, then they continued 6 years later with expansion into Ukraine. I think that Russia wants the U.S. to back off so Russia can get Ukrainian territory, so then they can continue to try to rebuild the USSR. And then one variable that is never considered when anybody ever makes this argument is the continued support that will still be going to Ukraine from countries in NATO and Europe. Like all of a sudden, I guess the U.S. backing off.
70%. The U.S. is like 70% of NATO spending, or like something crazy like that.
And what has happened is the countries in Europe know that, so they're considering more extreme solutions because they can't financially support Ukraine like we can, but they can put boots on the ground, and that is exactly what the UK is considering
I don't think they're going to put.
And then also, I don't think it's true that the US would account for 70% of NATO expenditure.
It's something really, really crazy. But I don't think that I don't think NATO is going to put boots on the ground. But to your earlier,
why do you reject that? Why do you assume with no evidence that UK's lying?
Well, they haven't done it in like 2 years.
Well, they said after Donald Trump was inaugurated and proposed his deal to stop expenditure to Ukraine.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't think they're going to risk their own citizens' lives for a non-NATO country.
Okay, so you're saying that you'll believe it when you say it, and you won't believe it until you see it.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to risk their own citizens' lives to defend a non-NATO country.
Oh, okay. So then why did they say they would?
I don't know. People say a lot of stupid shit. Okay. Trump says a lot of stupid shit. Like he says he wants to use the military on Greenland, which I strongly disagree with. I don't think he's actually going to do it though.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you think that Donald Trump's actually going to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip?
No, absolutely not. And I think
Jesus Christ, so you just assume that people aren't going to do what they say. So then how did you evaluate?
Very obscure. Okay, hold on. We're distracting from the original point. I just want to mention the earlier thing you said.
Well, I know the point is I was making a point.
Can I just respond really quickly?
Well, I mean, you're not responding to a point. You're just saying that you're not going to respond.
No. I'm going to respond to your earlier point. So I don't think that even if you disagree with no land concessions, right? I think that's a fair argument as well. I think the more important point, though, is giving a hard commitment to Russia that Ukraine will not join NATO, because the only reason, or at least a major reason, why Russia feels the need to invade Ukraine is because it feels it's the only last buffer state between the East and the West. So if we give that hard commitment that Ukraine isn't going to join NATO, perhaps we can work out some sort of deal with Russia to stop this damn war. Even so, I don't.
Hey.
Yeah.
You want to know why I think that Russia doesn't want Ukraine to join NATO?
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of reasons, but why?
You know what I think is the main big reason?
Yeah.
Was because they wanted to invade Ukraine to rebuild the USSR.
Yeah,
if Ukraine joined NATO, if Ukraine joined NATO, then all of a sudden Article 5 could be invoked. And the only reason that we saw some anti-Ukraine joining NATO sentiment from Russia was because they wanted to rebuild the USSR, which would include the invasion of Ukraine. I think when you make the argument that arbitrating some are entertaining the idea of Ukraine possibly joining NATO is what caused Russia's expansion into Ukraine.
One of the reasons.
I just think that's victim blaming Ukraine. It's victim blaming a country, and the only reason why they've suggested a sentiment against Ukraine joining NATO was because if Ukraine did join NATO, well then they couldn't fucking invade them without causing World War III.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons. I don't disagree with that, but I think it's the only last buffer state between the East and the West, and insofar as NATO just keeps on pushing more into the East. Right?
I think Ukraine joining NATO would actually help prevent more Russian expansionism or aggression from the state, because they asserted this preference against NATO against Ukraine joining NATO assumingly because it'd give them a tougher time to invade, meaning that they'd be less likely to if they were to join.
Right, but I think if Putin has like gone out and said that we are not ruling out the use of nuclear weapons if Ukraine does join NATO. So I think that's kind of pushing a scary line. But I do
wait,
understand.
wait, okay, you're insane. You want to know why you're insane? Because you won't believe the UK when they say that they'll put their boots on the ground in Ukraine.
Boots on the ground
apparently
aren't
you do
nuclear
believe,
weapons, dude.
but apparently you do believe Putin when he says that he may use nuclear weapons.
You're comparing Russia, who's actively engaging in a full-out war, versus a country like the United Kingdom, who's only sending money right now.
Wait, I'm so sorry. You're saying that the UK is only sending money, and because putting boots on the ground would be an escalation of threat, you're unwilling to believe them until you see it, right? Would Russia using nuclear weapons in Ukraine be an escalation of threat?
Yes. However,
so then why aren't you unwilling to believe him until you see it?
Sure. So I do think that on net, there's a greater escalation from sending dollars to sending your own citizens onto the battlefield versus sending bombs and rockets every day to just sending more lethal bombs and rockets.
I disagree. I either think that the escalation of threat will either be quite synonymous or significantly more when you go from having troops on the ground with bombs and weapons to dropping nuclear bombs. I feel like that should be evident.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hear your points. You know, it's awesome to talk to you. I think we can agree to disagree, but I don't know. I mean, I would love to just hear maybe like last 30 seconds. What should we do about this war right now? How do we end it? Because it seems like we're both on the same page about trying to reduce lives lost, trying to get the war done, even though you kind of want to support Ukraine.
Okay. So first of all, I do just want to ask for the people over on YouTube, am I still having audio issues? Because if so, I want to try to fix them. And then two, like what I think that we should do about this right now. You see, I don't know, man. I'm not an expert on foreign affairs. So I don't feel as if I have enough information to confidently suggest a hypothesis for what we should do to resolve conflict. But I can confidently rule out at least one hypothesis of what we shouldn't do. And I don't believe I believe what we shouldn't do is basically have Ukraine concede a quarter of their country while releasing sanctions on Russia and having Putin make no concessions. Because historically speaking, that's kind of synonymous with what we did with, Russia's annexation of Crimea under Obama and Biden. And obviously de-escalation via, isolationist policy just simply doesn't work to prevent Russian expansionism. I think that an adequate approach would be to hold a stronger red line, advocate for Ukraine to join NATO, call Putin's bluff, and fight against said Russian expansionism. I do think that there is a valid concern that needs to be taken into account of Putin threatening nuclear warfare. And although I find it unlikely because it exists as a possibility, that is why I'm unwilling to confidently suggest that hypothesis. But I do believe it is a much better hypothesis than what you are providing.
Sure, yeah, and that's very fair. Thank you for that. And I think there's a lot of MAGA supporters that are just literally like, let's go full on pro-Russia, which I adamantly disagree with, and I think a lot of people are upset about. But is there any sort of like policy implication that Kamala outlined that would be, that would be a unique change in trajectory for the current war right now relative to what we're already seeing that like you agree with?
No, I'm unaware of any policy oriented to Ukraine that would be unique and different from what Biden did.
Okay. Got it.
And then also, someone in my YouTube live chat says that I pronounce nuclear like Bush. I know, and I'm sorry.
I guess we both have pronunciations.
Is there anything else that you wanted to go over about domestic policy?
I mean, just my biggest concern as a voter was foreign policy, but I mean, I'm happy to just discuss any other issue you have on your mind, unless you want to bring up another guest.
Okay. One last idea I'm just going to give to you real quick is you share a sentiment against Russian expansionism, which means that you don't really like imperialism that much, I'd assume.
Not a fan of imperialism.
Donald Trump is the fucking biggest threat to U.S. expansionism and U.S. imperialism that we've seen since Bush. And if he were to execute on his plans, worse than Bush, infinitely so, because of his proposed ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip, violating the human rights of 2.1 million people, his proposed policy as it would apply to the military invasion of Greenland, which would start a war between America and Europe, and the annexation of Canada is a 51st state with the use of economic coercion, as well as the annexation of Panama. I really think that a vote for Trump in this election was the last thing that any sentient, rational person who cares about preventing imperialism and expansionism would do.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So I think those are three separate issues that I'll touch. First, on Gaza, when he released that hotel video, that was hilariously disgusting. I don't see how a lot of people could support that. I personally don't support that, so we're on the same page. For Greenland, I don't think that there's greater than a 0.1%. Honestly, not. There's a 0% chance that we're going to militarily invade Greenland. Do you actually think there's a legitimate possibility of that?
Yeah, I do. Because, the reason why we know that Donald Trump has this plan is because a reporter explicitly asked him if he could promise the American people that it was something he wouldn't do. And he said, I can't promise that. We may do it.
Yeah,
but,
I think it's just one of his negotiating tactics to just start off with this really hard power approach to then eventually meet in the middle.
Would you agree that it's blatant fear mongering if he was lying?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so
I think him saying. Isn't fear
mongering of other countries to coerce them into
so here's the thing.
So our country a sentiment of imperialism?
100. I agree with you. So here's the thing. I tried to isolate Trump's rhetoric versus policy as much as I can, which is sometimes hard to do because he says so much stupid shit. I think everyone can agree with that. So I think Greenland, if we were to reach an actual deal of purchasing them, I don't even know if that's legal or not, but if we could somehow purchase them, that'd be really valuable for the United States, assuming that Greenland kind of votes for it. I know that there's already discussions to vote for independence from Denmark. But yeah, of course we shouldn't invade them militarily. No one in the world, or I don't know, there's probably some stupid people that think so, but I don't think
there's... Thank you for the money, and I bet Putin agrees.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, of course I disagree with that. Anyone rational would disagree with that. And then for Canada, I think that the tariffs are really, really dumb. I think belittling our two North American allies is really stupid. See, there's a lot we agree with, but hopefully all of this policy manifests into a better renegotiated trade deal, better economics for any existing agreements that already are in place. But
that's cope, man. You just told me that you hope that Donald Trump's foreign policy and attitude towards other countries results in better negotiated trade deals.
So I'll give you an example.
I have a question. What is a good trade deal supposed to do?
Just answer the first part. I'll give you an example. Remember when Donald Trump in his first presidency was calling Kim Jong-un Rocket Man and everyone was laughing at him what the hell is this idiot doing?
Yeah.
And then he became the first American president to cross the North Korean border and shake his hand,
but
right?
Then what happened?
What happened?
Nothing, and he went right back to calling him Rocket Man.
Well, Biden became president, and there was COVID, but there was relative peace, right?
There was no change within the military operations and missile testing of North Korea before or after the summit with Donald Trump. It is.
Well, there was certainly a big change in their attitude towards us because prior to that, he was literally threatening to nuke us. He was threatening to attack South Korea. Trump said, "You're going to do nothing, Rocket Man." And me included, everyone was like, why is this guy talking like a 5-year-old? And then he shook his hand and there was peace for 3 years. So my point is...
I disagree. What peace was there? What changed?
Well, they didn't do anything is my point.
Well, they didn't do anything during what? COVID?
No, the 3 years prior to COVID.
The three years prior. Then why did Donald Trump go right back to calling him Rocket Man?
So my timeline of events, and correct me if I'm wrong, but North Korea is making a lot of threats.
And I believe that rocket threats continued as they continued to do testing.
Right, but if there was, let's say, a 15% chance he was going to do something, and now it's a 7% chance, right?
I think it went from a 0% chance to a 0% chance.
So you think that there's a greater chance we invade Greenland militarily than there's a chance that North Korea launches an attack on South Korea?
Oh, no, on America.
Oh, okay. Well, they were making threats to both. You think it's 0%?
Oh, wait, no. If you want to say North Korea launches an attack on South Korea, there's going to be a non-zero chance that it occurs, but incredibly
Right.
unlikely.
Right.
I
but
was saying
mean,
the 0% chance that they try to launch a nuke attack on America.
okay, yeah, that's probably true. But like, in assessing the risk profile of them launching an attack on South Korea, would you rather a president who's crossing the border and shaking his hand and they're smiling, or one who's just like has had zero interactions with them?
Oh, yeah, I don't think that interactions with Kim Jong-un really changes anything, especially when he continued to call him Rocket Man afterwards, and North Korea continued to do the same amount of missile testing near South Korea as they did prior.
Yeah, I don't know if that's particularly true.
Come on,
I'll look more into that.
It is true. I promise.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, maybe you're right. But
Like if anything, that probably emboldened North Korea to have a higher chance of invading South Korea because it made them feel more powerful because he was able to shake hands with the president of the
I
most
think that's a
powerful
little bit of a
country on
ridiculous
earth, get some pictures and use it as propaganda for his citizens.
I think it's a little bit of a ridiculous argument because they know very well that South Korea is an enormous ally to us. They export a lot of important materials to us. They would never.
Yeah, but what demonstrates a stronger sentiment standing 10 toes behind South Korea, not engaging with North Korea or engaging with North Korea?
Well, so here's the thing, right? If let's say I'm a small country, you're the United States.
How about we just phrase it in a different way? I want to phrase this outside of the context of countries and inside of the context of friends. Okay, I'm Dean.
I was just about to do that, but okay,
and I have a mortal enemy. Okay, and his name is Max, and I hate Max. But Max, he's a little bit bigger than me. He has some bigger guns, so I just kind of stay away from him. But I hate him. Okay, but now there's a third party. Okay, and the third party, his name is Clifford. Okay, and Clifford is a fucking tank. Won Mr. Olympia like 10 times. And Clifford has always been really good friends with Max. And Clifford has always tried, kind of suggested.
Wait, friends with Max or friends with you?
With Max. And Clifford has always kind of suggested that Clifford would protect Max. Okay? But then one day, Clifford comes around to you, and Clifford's like, hey man, let's shake hands. Let's hang out a little bit, you and me. Even though Clifford knows that you hate Max. What does that tell you? That maybe Clifford and Max aren't on the best terms right now.
So I don't remember all the names in the analogy, but so let's say I'm a very small country, you're a huge country, you're protecting me. And there's someone else who's threatening to invade me. I'm terrified of this person, right? He's been threatening nonstop. And I'm coming to you for help. I'm like, dude, this guy might fucking invade me, like, come help. And then I see you shaking hands with that person and you give me the reassurance it's all okay. There's no more, they're not threatening you anymore. They're not threatening me anymore. It seems at least relatively stable versus what it was.
It's literally just an assumption. If they had stopped missile testing afterwards, you'd maybe have.
I don't really know, honestly.
They didn't
I don't
stop
know.
missile testing, so it's just a non sequitur talking point that is meaningless.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm not too familiar with all the data in their missile testing statistics, but
yeah. Okay.
Anything else on your mind?
I don't think so, man.
Yeah, well, good chat, man. Loved hearing your ideas and appreciate it.
You have a good one. We're going to move on to the next guest. All right, we got Carolina loading up in. I do want to thank a couple people real quick for their donos. I got a couple to get around to on PayPal. Erica, thank you so much for the $2 over on YouTube Super Chat. Sarah with the 59 Norwegian dollars. Thank you, Sarah. Then also Anastasia with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Anastasia. Anastasia says, Dean, I'd love to sit in your life and contribute. As a clear writer, activist, and educator of immigrants, you're an inspiration. Anastasia, feel free to reach out to me over on Instagram. I've kind of learned that I have to really know people that come up in my lives before I platform them. If you've been watching me for a long time, you could probably assume why. But feel free to reach out on Instagram. I'd love to start a line of dialogue. Linnell, thank you for the 10 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat. And Justin with a 5. I appreciate that. What is up, Carolina? Did you vote for Trump?
Hi, of course no. I'm not. I'm from Europe.
Base W Carolina. Let's fucking go. Yo, is it just me or is like the average IQ of the guests on this stream like significantly higher than they have been on other streams? I think that like the average IQ on this stream is like seriously like 40 points higher than it has been like any other day of like ever. I don't know. Yeah, I'm actually putting more thought into what I'm saying. You know, sometimes it just kind of becomes this kind of I know what to say because somebody else has said the same exact dumb shit before. Okay. You know, but I had to pull out the critical thought with that last guess a little bit. But we're gonna go and get that next guess up on the live right now. Then I'm gonna jinx it. Good thing I have some wood to knock on right here. That's right. That's right. We're gonna get that next guest up in here. What is going on, JP? Did you vote for Trump? All right, JP's not here, so we're gonna go to get that next guest up here. We got Samantha loading in as we speak. Dean, I'm gonna change. It's an improvement. It is an improvement. Bar's really low, dude. Of course the bar is low. Dude, if you've seen my most recent post on Instagram, you know the bar is low. That guy, like, I had a guest that came up here and was straight up like, you suck because you spew facts. Dude, the bar's in hell, man, okay? The bar's in hell. All right, guys. Go ahead and drop a maggot down below in that chat if you do want to join up in debate, y'all. What is going on, Caroline? Did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't. I just want to say hi because, like, I've been watching you for, like, a long time.
Thank you, Caroline. And I'm so sorry for kicking you, but we're just looking for some debates. W. Caroline's in the chat. What's up, Jose? Sorry, Jose. I don't know where I got that from. Joe, where did you vote for Trump?
Dean, love you, bro. I'm not opposition, but I wanted to say real quick.
Sorry, Joe. Shout out to both of the guests, Caroline and Joe. W. Caroline, W. Joe. I hate doing that. W. Caroline, W. Joe. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. All right. What is up, Jack? Did you vote for Trump?
Yo, Dean.
Jack, did you vote for Trump?
I did vote for Trump.
All right, Mr. Jack. Go ahead and tell
Okay,
us.
first of all, can I say real quick? I was on Parker's live yesterday and he kicked me like instantly.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see why. Real quick, so go ahead and tell us why you're voting for Trump. On the screen, it's going to say that I paused, which I have. I'm just trying to access my PayPal account, which requires a code from my authenticator app to thank donors. But just keep talking, even if it says I'm paused, I can still hear you. But real quick,
All right,
I
first of
want
all-
to see if there's any clear reasons why he kicked you. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18. 2007, January 25.
You were born this year?
No, 2007.
Oh,
January 25.
Oh, why did I thought you were like January 25 is in born in 2025.
No, I got you. I got you.
Oh. How come you put the month?
Because I just wanted to verify. Wait, I'm actually.
What time is it?
It's 6:36.
Oh, okay. He couldn't have voted. I'm sorry, guys. My brain is a little bit depleted. 07. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I didn't even do the math. He just said it confidently, so I was like, okay. You didn't vote, yeah. All right, moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Everyone just give us a minute. If you're in that queue, make sure that you voted for Trump. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you do want to come up and debate, y'all. And as soon as we get that first debate up there, once again, I'm going to go on pause for like 10 secs. You know, just type in that auth code to access my PayPal so I could thank you guys for all of your donations. Man, I need to turn that off, but I've almost had my PayPal hacked like 5 times. Okay, there's a couple scummy people out there that have tried to hack my PayPal. Okay. Yo, Sean, appreciate you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Sean says, going live at 1 for the first time on TikTok. I'm a trans man entering into the debate realm, advocacy and education for trans individuals and allies. Please join me. Q&A tonight. I feel sick. I'm so nervous. Sean, what time are you going live? If I am not live myself, I'll join in. All right, guys. Still looking for that first guest, everyone. Still looking for that first guest, everyone. Jeez, why is nobody loading up? We're going to try to get Nicholas up in here. MAGA's in the chat. There we go. Now you guys are spamming it. There we go. We got Zeke joining. This guy got a Bible verse in his bio. Yo, dude. Are you MAGA? Are you dark gothic MAGA?
Yo.
Okay. Can you say that you're dark gothic MAGA for me?
I was like mutual. I just kind of came here to get like educated, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, but you didn't vote for Trump?
No.
Okay, Ezekiel. What I'd recommend, honestly, is probably just to like listen to the live then, because as the conversations are predicated on debate, If we don't have anything to debate, then it's really hard to have a conversation. But yeah, no, listen into the live streams, man. Fact check what I say. Good thing to learn things that you know are true. All right, guys, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat. It is really hard for us to find a guest. I actually don't know what the hell is going on. Yo, Atheo, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, guys, where are we at? Where are the Trump supporters at? Where are they all scared? Guys, the Trump supporters are scared of debate, I guess. Literally. Dude, look at this. I have a full panel of people loading in that don't want to join. Isn't that some crazy fucking work? That has to be a glitch or something because no way there's this many people that are terrified. Okay? Also, yes, I am rage baiting. That is the only way to get Trump supporters up here. Let me do my thing, you guys. All right, we got Debo loading in. We're going to just try anything to find a debate. Because, dear Lord, oh Lord, dude. What the fuck is going on? I'm starting to crash out. Starting to crash out, guys. We're starting to crash out. Where are we at? Where are the Trump supporters at, bro? Yo, Muzzy, what's up? Did you vote for Trump?
What up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you driving?
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry.
No worries. Isaiah, did you vote for Trump?
I did.
You did. How old are you?
23.
Go ahead and tell us why you voted for Trump. It's going to say that I'm on pause for 10 seconds, but just keep on talking.
All right. So I voted for him because of immigration and the economy.
All right. I appreciate you so much for the well thought out, nuanced, analytical response. That was very, very good. That was very well thought out. So, immigration and the economy. So do you want a good economy or a bad economy?
I would want a great economy.
So then why do you agree with his immigration policy? Because his mass deportation hurts the economy.
You see, we can have a great economy and have also follow the law of deportation, can we not?
We'd have a better economy if we instead offered mass amnesty to undocumented migrants, as they could continue to be productive providers, adding $1.7 trillion to the American economy in the next 10 years while paying $100 billion in taxes per year, which will only go up, by the way, once they're naturalized as they'll get higher wages.
Sure, I would agree with that, but also we can fix the issue and also deport the people at the same time. I'm not against this whole...
No, you can't continue to have the economic benefits of undocumented migrants if you deport every single one of them. That's a lie.
Why should we not just fix the issue, close the border?
What do you mean? Because it's not
make it easier.
Wait. Undocumented migration doesn't fix. Mass deportation doesn't fix anything. It just kind of hurts everything. It reduces average qualities of lives, and it's overall like quite bad for the American economy, quite bad for humanitarian concerns. I feel like I kind of explained this pretty well already.
I mean, sure, but also like we do need to obey the law.
We do need to obey the law. So are you just saying they should be deported because they broke the law?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Because that is the law that we currently have on books.
Okay,
and until we
so you're saying that the law that exists should exist. So if Kamala Harris was president and introduced a pathway to naturalization for all undocumented migrants, would you agree with it because that's the law we have on the books?
Sure. If we can have a clean way of doing it, then...
Whoa. So you're just saying you literally agree with whatever the law is. So when slavery was the law in the books, would you have agreed with slavery?
Oh, well, no.
No, okay. So you don't just agree with whatever the law is on the books. So why do you agree with mass deportation?
Because we are also... I mean, you can't... Any other nation in the world is doing this. Why is it so wrong for us to do it?
I'm so sorry. If every other nation in the world legalized child marriage, would you want America to legalize child marriage?
No.
Perfect.
But also in the same hand, you can't just... I mean, you can't be like, oh, well, this crazy hypothetical. Like, this is currently what the world is at right now.
I mean, all that it shows is that we shouldn't take inspiration from a popular consensus of other countries for our legislation.
But do we not do that with other legislation? I mean, we look at Europe
We shouldn't
and...
do it with any legislation. It's okay to like look at what other countries are doing, examine their policy insofar as why they implemented the policy and see if it's good. But that just means it's going to be good policy for us to have, not because other countries have it, but it's going to be good policies for us to have because of the outcomes of the policy. And just to let you know, if you agree with the introduction of policy in America that exists in a lot of places elsewhere, do you also agree with universal free healthcare, because that essentially exists in every other developed country on earth?
Sure, but that
you
would
do?
also
You agree with universal we'd
we'd have to do something a little different, and
Wait, why? Why? Because every other country's doing it.
well, I would agree that we would have to start doing what other nations are doing.
Oh, so we should have free universal healthcare for everyone.
Sure, but we couldn't do it at this current state that we're at.
Wait, why?
Because how the amount of money that we spend on other things that other countries are not, as in, for NATO and stuff, if we backed on money for that to put into money for universal healthcare, sure.
Okay, and that's why you voted for the guy with a $4 trillion tax relief bill for the ultra wealthy. Got it.
Well, what would you consider the tax cut? Yeah, you say it helped out just ultra wealthy, but it did help out other people.
Now, actually, this year, would we consider all of Donald Trump's economic policy as economic policy as a whole literally only benefits people making over $395,000 per year. For anybody making under that dollar amount, they'll actually be significantly worse off than they were prior. And this is according to the Institute on Taxation and Economics.
Okay, so that is just a study. So there's going to be conflicting results, is there not?
Okay, so is there conflicting studies?
I don't know. I haven't done research as of today.
Okay, so then don't make that claim until you do the research.
I mean, it'd be real simple, but I can also look at the economy from 2017 to 2019 and know it was in a better spot. And I know the argument of it being he got handed a good economy, which is
why do you forget
a valid
2020?
argument. What? Because of the pandemic.
Oh, so we can't.
I don't know what
assume...
words I can
say. So in
and...
other words, you're basically saying that we can't assume everything that happens in our economy is caused by the president.
Sure.
So then why do you assume that everything that happened in the economy from 2017 until 2019 was caused by Trump?
There was nothing that was as precedent as the pandemic that would.
There was no external variables on the economy apart from Donald J. Trump in those years? Really?
Okay, what were they then?
Us, other countries, global oil supply, global relations, even like the fucking weather patterns. There's so many external variables that can impact things in an economy. Supply and demand. Apple building more facilities here. Companies moving away from here. A new fucking diamond mine being found in China. Listen, there's like infinite external variables that can impact things that function in an economy apart from the president of our country.
I mean, sure, but also in the same hand, you would give credit to Obama for pulling us out of the recession and then making a good economy that he gave to Trump, correct?
I've never once credited Obama to anything that's happened under Obama's term, as I don't know his economic policy, as I've never educated myself on it.
Okay, well, wouldn't that be
when I'm discussing, right, like the credit that a president would deserve for something that happens in our economy, I'm going to mention what they did to cause it. So what policies did Donald Trump sign into law to make the economy so good in his first term?
I would say that the tax and the tax cuts helped out the economy.
Okay, what did the tax cuts do?
Hold on.
On the macro scale, what did it lead to? Quicker GDP growth, more government revenue? What was it?
It was going to keep businesses here.
It was going to keep businesses here?
The same way with tariffs that he also had passed.
Okay, so you're saying that there will be more businesses in America if we were to decrease the corporate tax rate, and that was the goal? Okay, so
incentivizing
would more businesses in America lead to like a quicker GDP growth?
It could.
What? No, it will, right? Because what do businesses do? They make money. And what does that do? It increases the GDP, the gross domestic product. So yes, if you're right about the TCJA causing more businesses to run bigger operations in America, then the TCJA would have led to a lot of GDP growth, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, we have a study. It's called the 2017 macroeconomic impacts. It's called the macroeconomic impacts of the 2017 tax reform bill by 2 Harvard professors, one right-leaning, one left-leaning, that demonstrated that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only led to around a $20 billion increase in our GDP year by year.
So it still increased by $20 billion a year.
It led to
So
a
there was
0.02% increase in the GDP while costing $2 trillion.
All right, man, you might have got me there. I, again, ain't as well versed on this. But I know what I see. I mean, I know it's anecdotal evidence, but...
Yeah, man, I could use the same logic to blame COVID on Trump. Would you like me doing that?
Sure. I mean...
Oh, come on. You know that's bullshit. Don't say sure. Say, Dean, if
I
you
mean,
did that,
no, I
you'd
mean,
be
you can...
delulu.
I believe that you can
that's not...
blame the president for anything that happens under his term. If you want to blame Trump for having the highest levels of unemployment, you can go ahead and make the claim, and it would have a valid claim.
Point? You think that's valid?
I mean, you can technically use it as evidence. It doesn't really matter.
So you voted for Trump, saying that he's good for the economy, even though apparently it's valid to say that he caused the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression. He caused COVID, and he's one of the only 2 presidents to cause a total net loss in jobs under his presidential administration. He has one of the worst track records in modern American history insofar as a president's impact on the economy.
Sure, I mean, you can make the argument for it.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it's a great argument, but you can still make the argument. It's a valid argument that I've heard people make.
So what's the issue with the argument, sir?
I mean, you go into the macro of it all, and there's a bunch of outside factors that technically.
Oh, you sound like me. Yes, you get a PhD.
Yes, I'm halfway intelligent.
You gain a PhD in economics. When I make the same claim, you are discrediting Trump, but it's okay for you to make it to credit him. I don't get it.
But also in the same hand, you can make the same arguments about how Biden brought back so many jobs and how that's a false claim.
Yeah, I want to attribute any of the bounce back jobs from COVID to Biden.
Like
you're not making an argument that I don't accept there, bud.
Like, I mean, I'm still trying to understand how Kamala would have been, or Kamala, I don't know. Kamala would have been better for the economy.
Yeah, sure, because her economic policy benefited 100 million people in the low and the middle class. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's only benefits people making over $400,000 a year, factoring these tariffs into account. I think right now we need more purchasing power for the average American and lower levels of wealth inequality, especially when we consider that we have pre-French Revolution levels of wealth inequality in America right now. Not to mention that she straight up had housing affordability policy and he straight up didn't have housing affordability policy.
Right, he had his weird concepts of a plan, which...
Right, so that's why she was obviously better for the economy, right?
But also these tariffs would theoretically work, as they have in the past, make to,
Wait, when have
everyone
tariffs
speaking about...
When have tariffs worked?
When have they worked?
Yes.
Let's try when that's all we ever did.
Oh.
We had no thing as an income tax.
Oh, man. Do you think that's a defeating argument?
No.
No. Can I tell you why?
Sure.
Because tariffs are needed to kind of like seed the industrial sect of an infant country. It's necessary to do, but as soon as that country grows out of infancy, tariffs go from being a net benefit to a net negative. The best analogy for this concept is, are diapers net positive for toddlers?
Yes.
Would diapers be a net positive for you?
No.
Precisely my point. A tariff functions like a diaper does on a toddler compared to you or I, on an infant country compared to the country with the largest economy on earth.
Sorry, there was a lot of cutting in and out. I have one last question before I got to go, but why should we not put the same percentage of tariffs that other countries put on us? And not
good question,
just new
because
countries,
yeah,
countries such as China. And
because it has like very negative effects on the American consumer. And historically, regardless of what tariffs the country has on us, if we impose tariffs on them, they just up their tariffs on us. And there's better ways to reduce tariffs imposed on us, like diplomacy through trade deals. And I think that is what we should be aiming towards, not just the unchecked, emotional, irregulated imposition of tariffs that end up serving as more of a detriment to us. And it's funny because Donald Trump is saying that imposing tariffs on Canada right now is the only way to get them to reduce tariffs on us. But under his first administration, he was responsible for the USMCA trade deal between America, Mexico, and Canada, which led to Canada reducing tariffs on us, which is a significantly better way to do it than what he's doing right now, right? Like the USMCA didn't lead to the quickest 24-hour free falls in the stock market since the 08 recession. The USMCA didn't lead to Canada boycotting American goods. The USMCA didn't lead to, high levels of inflation in our country. The USMCA didn't lead to the Atlanta Fed projecting a possible recession. That's why we should appeal to diplomacy and trade deals to reduce tariffs that other countries have imposed on us compared to counter tariffs.
okay, so but with all that being said, would Canada is going to take down its tariffs eventually because they could not win a trade war.
Yeah, no, they won't win. They'll lose.
Like that's doing a bunch of people doing fear mongering because a trade war. We're gonna win that, and the tariffs.
Okay, but that just causes so much unnecessary harm. Like, do you not realize that?
Maybe.
What's better, a trade war to reduce tariffs or no trade war to reduce tariffs?
I mean, if a trade war is the only way,
but it's not the only way. Stop it.
At this point in time,
Stop it. It's not the only way. Why is it the only way?
Why is it not the only way at this point in time with our relationships?
That's the question I'm asking you. Yeah, answer it, please.
I don't know.
You don't know because it's not the only way. So why do you believe something that you don't fucking know to be the case?
We don't know that to be the case, but it might be the only way that
it's not. No, I have very damning evidence that it's not.
And that is
because the same man was able to broker a diplomatic trade agreement for them to reduce their tariffs on us.
Okay, and so why do you believe that Trump is just doing this all of a sudden? It's just insanity. And
I don't know, man. You're trying to have me explain why a crazy idiot is doing crazy idiotic shit. I know a lot, but I don't know everything.
I mean, sure, but also he's not. I mean, he might be. I don't know. I don't want to use the word dumb because he knows some things and is dumb in other areas. But I would assume that this isn't just some random card he didn't just wake up like, ooh, okay, yeah, this is going to work. And everyone's like, yes.
Okay, I can posit a hypothetical. I think it's because he wants to leave a legacy. So he's trying to do the most insane things possible to build that legacy. He wants to be remembered 100 years from now, even if it's not in a good way. And I think it's possible that he wants to impose those tariffs to try to economically coerce Canada into joining America, even if that's an unlikely outcome. But me explaining why he's doing this is not required to justify the position that he could use other means, such as diplomatic trade agreements, to reduce tariffs.
Well, like I was saying, I do have to, but I mean, I need a little more research into it. Be honest with you, I'm not, there's a lot of stuff I don't know when it comes to the whole political side.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you, Isaiah, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Yo, Carrie, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Everybody, please show some love to Carrie down below in that chat literally right now. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie. Carrie says, I appreciate the work that you do. I'm a blue dot in a red state, and you give me hope. Carrie, that is so incredibly kind, and I do really appreciate you so much for the love. Everybody, please make sure to show some love to Carrie down below in that live chat literally right now, y'all. I'd also like to thank Kamika for the $20 donation over on PayPal. One moment. saying, me and my boyfriend watch you every single day. We appreciate all that you do. Kamika, thank you so much. Huge shout out to Kamika and Kamika's boyfriend and Carrie, guys. Thank you so much. And then just two last people here. Aiden and Haley. Thank you, Aiden and Haley, for the $50 each. Thank you so much, Aiden and Haley. You guys are absolutely freaking fantastic. I want everybody to show some love to Aiden, Haley, Kamika, and Carrie down below in that chat right now. That is fucking insane. Thank you guys so very, very much. Nothing but W's for Aiden, Haley, Kamika, and Carrie in that chat. Absolutely nuts. Thank you so much for the love. And then also Mel with the $15 from quite a bit ago saying that this is the most interesting debate I've seen from you. Love your work. That's why I just got around to thanking your dono, because we have had some interesting, more thought-intensive debates. But thank you for the love, Mel. And then also Alyssa with the $15. Once again, W's for Mel, Alyssa, Aiden, Haley, Kamika, and Carrie. Thank you so much. And then also one other individual here, the Raging Tomato. So thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. At least 500 W's for Raging Tomato. They say, hey, kiddo. I've sent you and Parker a note to set up a debate with Andrew Wilson and Wi-Fi Gospel. Would love to make this happen. If you could get a clip in my DMs of Andrew Wilson, saying that he will actually focus on giving me an argument for what he believes in compared to asking me what the definition of any fucking random word is, even after I give it to him 5 times, I'll maybe consider it. But Karina, thank you so much for the 31 Australian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat as well, saying I'd like to make them wait. Karina sent that literally just to make the guest wait. Thank you for the love, Karina. Huge shout out to Karina. All right. Hello, Neon.
Hello.
Did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote, but I support him.
Okay. So one moment. I do have to think about 20 more gifters before I ask you why. Is that okay?
Oh, no worries. Wait, I got a question real quick. This is just why do people donate their money to millionaires? It's like, you guys could buy groceries with that, you know?
I'm not a millionaire.
Or wealthy people.
Okay. Listen, how about this? How about this? Are you just asking why people donate their money to me?
No, it's not even I'm not even trying to debate this. I'm just asking these people, it's like, you guys could buy groceries with that, gas. It's like, this guy, I'm sure you could use it a lot more than he could.
I'll say this. I appreciate everyone so much that donates to me, and I absolutely understand that individuals can use their hard-earned money more justifiably than I could use their hard-earned money. So I don't require or expect donations ever.
That's fair.
Yeah. So why do you support Trump?
He's a man of God. He's based.
What the hell? He's a man. Wait, in order to be a man of God, do you have to ask for forgiveness for your sins?
Okay, Dean, first of all, I just want to start off by saying, do you remember when
Karina,
you debated,
thank you so much for the 31 Australian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat, saying we like to support people we believe in. I appreciate you so much for the love, Karina. I want to see at least 300 big W Karinas down below in that live chat. Thank you so much, everyone. Please show some love to Karina.
Yo, Dean, when I was
Aiden, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Aiden. Aiden says, looks like I'm not gonna eat for the next 3 months. Says Aiden. I appreciate you for the love, Aiden. I'll go ahead and send that one back, Aiden. I can't let that one slide. I'm just gonna make sure to keep my expected commission. So you're gonna be going from 3 meals a day to 2 meals a day. I'm just kidding. I'm absolutely just joking. I do appreciate you for the love, Aiden. You're so incredibly kind. Then also Isabel, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Isabel. Everyone, please show some love to Isabel as well. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. But no, I do listen. I do agree with the sentiment. I don't want people supporting me if it means that they can't support themselves, and I will agree with you there.
I mean, I was just a rhetorical question,
Oh, no, but I mean, it could be taken really literally. If somebody's supporting me, donating to me, but meanwhile, they're foregoing a meal, they're foregoing the bare necessities to live, and that's not coming from disposable income, I absolutely agree with you. I don't think that they should be donating to me at all. And honestly, there's been a couple times where I have seen a donation from somebody, and they've said in this donation, I'm broke. I don't have that much to spare,
Dude.
and I want to support you. And like I recognize how incredibly kind and awesome this individual is, and I bet they're just the most kind-hearted individual on earth. But yeah, there has been times where I have refunded individuals like that because I don't think that you should be donating to me if you can't sustain yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, it's like they open their fridge and they see like ketchup and hot dogs and they're donating their money to Dean Withers. It's like,
Well, listen, I don't think that it's okay to stigmatize the individuals that are donating for
no, I'm
supporting
just
me.
like, people just
You
like,
should no, you shouldn't stigmatize individuals spending
oh,
their money
sorry,
how
sir.
they want to spend their money in the slightest. But like, you should expect to hold me accountable for not implicitly coercing individuals that don't have disposable income to donate to me. I could agree to that, but like, you should direct this focus to me, not to them.
All right, can we get to the main topic at hand? I
Yeah,
got something
after
to
I
tell
thank
you.
College so much for the $20 donation over on YouTube Super Chat, saying because Dean isn't a bigot and the guests are, he gets all the money. Let's go! We get all the money! W's for College. Thank you so much. Bob with the $5 as well, and Tyrese with the $10. Thank you so much, Tyrese. Also, Parker, if you're watching the live, hop in the queue. I'll get you up here because I did see your message a while back. And then also Zoe, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Everybody, please show some love to Zoe down below, literally right now. Then College with another $20. Thank you for the love, College. College says some of us eat sushi and steak every day. Dude, that's crazy. Every day? I'm trying to be like you, man. I'm trying to be like you. And can do this all day to support good people. Well, I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, College, as well as Ralim. Thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. And then Will, thank you for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you, Will. I do really appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Then Aiden with a $50 again on PayPal. Holy shit. I do really appreciate you, Aiden. Everybody, please show some love to Aiden. Please show some love to Will. That is nuts. Thank you guys so much. Thank y'all so very, very much. Huge
Dude, I
shout out.
probably just made you so much money because people are probably donating now. Now that I said that, like,
So,
I better
like,
get a cut here, buddy.
the only thing you deserve a cut of is the finding out after you fucked around and decided to vote for Trump. I don't think that you deserve a cut of my donations. But I will just say that it is. I will just say that it is descriptively true when individuals do come on the live stream and they talk about the donations. Typically, the donations increase.
Wait, Dean, remember when
College,
you
thank you so
were
much for
on Ian
another
Ross's
one
stream?
moment. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, College, once again. And then Keziah, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. I do appreciate you for the love, Keziah and College. You guys are awesome. I do appreciate you. And then also Miss with the $20 on YouTube Super Chat, saying, do not give this man a cut. That is MYST. Thank you for the love, Miss. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you for the $20, Miss. And to answer your question, yes, I do remember when I was on Aiden Ross's stream.
Okay, I was moderating his chat, and I had to ban 458 swastikas. People spamming that when you were debating Nick.
Good on
Isn't
you
that
for
crazy?
banning. Good on you for banning them.
I know, I was banning him, but it was like, dude, that was like, I counted him at the end.
Well,
Because, like, when,
I mean, do you know who Nick is?
neo-Nazi?
Essentially, yeah.
Isn't he the, your body, my choice?
Yes. He said that like
I've seen the
a month and a half after my
TikToks.
conversation with him.
Yeah.
I'm really happy that I was able to like discredit the validity of a lot of his positions. Ever since that conversation, which I was very weary in entering into because of how extreme Nick is. I've only seen conversations on the internet about how bad Nick looked and how like I was able to effectively dispute his positions. Which I don't know. I'm kind of agnostic right now. Like insofar as what my position is in retrospect, if I should have debated him, I'm agnostic because I get the sentiment of not wanting to normalize such insane positions, which would entail the conclusion that I shouldn't have debated Nick. But I also get the perspective that you want to dispute those insane positions or people will continue to hold them because, they've never heard any type of counterposition, which like affirms that I should have debated Nick. So I'm very agnostic and open-minded on the take.
Yeah, I remember like having to ban a lot of death threats to you. It was pretty crazy. It was like, I don't know if I could say them here, but people like threatening your life in the chat. It was crazy.
Yeah,
But
I got a lot of those. I still do.
But,
College,
like-
thank you so much for the other $20 on YouTube Super Chat saying I did not go to college. It is a lie. Yo, Pace, W's for college, dude. Holy shit. Thank you so much for all the love, bro. And then shout out to Super Rad as well. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Anyways, why do you support Trump? Also, Matt and Parker, welcome in, you guys.
Parker looking good today. I was gonna say, freaking. Oh yeah, because he's a man of God. Duh.
Are you trolling?
No.
Okay, well I already gave you my refutation of this.
Wait,
Wait, are
I
you
never
the
heard what you
person
said.
who always asks me for a tickle fight?
What'd you say?
You sound like the guy that comes up on my live that always asks me for like a tickle fight.
I was on your live before, but not asking for a tickle fight.
Key, thank you for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you.
Wait, why do people ask for tickle fights, Parker? That does sound pretty fun.
Dude, this is a guy that asked for
no,
a tickle fight.
it's him.
That's
It's
not
him.
That's
It's him.
that's something
It's
that a
him.
man that has asked for a tickle fight would say.
It's totally him. I actually genuinely do believe it's him.
Why? What? This is like an alt account or something?
Yeah, dude. It kind of
Okay.
does sound
Wait,
like
do you guys
him,
watch
doesn't
anime?
it? No, the only one I've watched is fuck. What was the one I watched? Shit, my brain.
I've never been able to get into anime. Never have.
Dude, you guys are such. This is what I like. Do TikTok anime.
Death.
videos.
I've seen Death Note. Sorry, my brain.
Okay, that's
Colin
a
for the
good
$3.
one.
Yo,
but-
Karina, thank you for the 31 Australian dollars on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the love, Karina. Show some love to Karina in that chat, y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Karina.
Wait, who's Matt? Is he just here for like decoration? What's he
No.
do?
No, we're doing a fundraiser today. Actually,
Oh,
like,
what are you guys raising money
saying,
for?
Saying decoration is crazy though.
Yeah. Hey, how about you go ahead and debate Matt on literally anything and watch this quote unquote
Like he'll dog walk
and
you.
watch this quote unquote decoration send
Dog
you to
walk you on
fucking
anything.
hell.
Sorry, guys. Yeah. All right. Wait. So, can we talk about the topic at hand here?
No, we could talk about us kicking you off our live though.
Oh, sorry.
Goodbye. Hey guys.
Hello.
You guys want to go ahead and want to get into things now or do another
Yep,
debate?
I'm
What's
ready when
going
you
on?
guys are.
You want to go for it, Matt?
I'm ready. Okay. So everybody, hello. We are here because we are going to do a fundraiser for a very special person in our community. You all might know him. His name's Adam. He is suffering from cancer right now, and he is struggling to fight with his health insurance company, which is deciding to deny him the care that he so greatly needs. He has been fighting for a while now, and he is reaching out to us to see if there's anything that we can do. We as a community always come together in moments like this. He was essentially steady for a long time until his health insurance company, who I'm going to name Anthem, so fuck them, decided to pull his chemo, pull the medication that he needs. So today we're doing a fundraiser for his benefit to make sure that he gets the treatment that he needs. In all of our bios, you will find a GoFundMe link, and we ask that you donate as much as you can, as much as possible to him, and that we can make sure that he gets the life-saving treatment that he does need. Whoever donates the highest on that GoFundMe will get some very special prizes. And no, it's not Adam Cray. So this is a mod who has been with us since the beginning, going back to the early days, like going way back. He's active in all of our communities. We know him for a long time, and he reached out to us because he cares about us, and he wanted to make sure that if something bad happened to him, that we knew how much he was a fan, how much he loved us, and just how much that we have made his life better. So once again, whoever donates the highest will get some special prizes. So these will all come together, but Parker did allow us to do this, and I thank him for that. But you will get official Parker Get a Job merch. So you'll get a mug that says Parker Get a Job. You'll get a Parker notebook like the one that he has.
Which actually, I'm not even going to be selling these. These are just like ones that we're
these are just
getting
for that.
explicitly just for this.
And
not selling. I'm not selling anything like this.
Yep.
This is just exclusive type stuff if you want it, right? I just want to say, everyone, right? It would mean a lot. Like, this is what, like, we fight for this stuff every single day. Like, insurance companies that are not providing life-saving care for people, and it's It's so disheartening to hear that we live in a society where this type of stuff isn't already taken care of by the government. This is something that should be taken care of by the government and is not. And in other countries around the world, it's been for decades, right? And I really hope that through this, not only do people, right, come to like help, but they also see how fucked up our system is right now, and that we really need a fucking change. We really need a change. Like this is not okay to be happening, right, on a societal scale, right? So seriously, everyone, I appreciate all the help for everyone who is. And trust me, everyone, this is all vetted. All vetted. I promise you, this is legitimate. With everything I fucking believe in, this is legitimate.
We've been in the works for months now.
It's directly through the GoFundMe. You don't need to send money to us. None of it's going to go to us. Directly to Adam. I'm serious.
Yeah, and then also I would also like to add on here, apart from the Parker Get a Job mug and book, I would also like to say that we will be throwing in a Dean Team Dream Team shirt. Now we don't have one printed, but I do have the design, and that will be sent to the largest donor in the GoFundMe. And then once again, just add on, please, if you want to support Adam, please support Adam through the GoFundMe, not through my personal Venmo or PayPal, through Parker's personal Venmo or PayPal, any of the YouTube streams. Because I did just see Briar with the $100 YouTube super chat. So Briar, I'm going to be staring at my YouTube chat. First of all, W's for Briar. And Briar, if I see you send a message saying that's for Adam, what I'll go ahead and do is I'll donate that to Adam for you. But just moving forward, I would like to say make sure that it's going through the GoFundMe. But do show some love to Briar for that. That is so incredibly kind. But I'm looking for your message, Briar. And I do know that I think I have you added as a mutual friend on one of my accounts. So feel free to reach out to me over there. And then chat in the YouTube. If I miss your message, make sure to let me know. But it's going to be found in the link tree in my bio on TikTok or over on YouTube. And then once again, just to reiterate exactly what Parker's saying, Adam or Witch King has been a mod for me, for Parker, for Matt forever. He is in here every single day, at least as much as he can be, and has been a very valuable and meaningful member of the community. And, you know, we want to make sure that we could use our platform to help Adam because of how much he's helped us over the last year or so, and how absolutely atrocious the systems of healthcare are in America today. So once again, you can find the GoFundMe through the link tree anywhere in our bios.
It's the top link in my link tree in my bio, everyone. It just says Adam. You can click on it. It takes you right to the GoFundMe if you want to click directly through my bio.
Karina with the 80 Australian dollars over in YouTube Super Chat says, I know you said not to send it to you, but the GoFundMe link won't let me add my card details. Please pass on to... Okay, Karina, I will pass that on, but please nobody do even what Karina just did, because I just want to make sure that I don't lose track of anything. Because I'd literally feel so bad. I would literally feel so bad. But I'm gonna
make a document too. Oh, you got one? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna start a document, and I'll make sure that gets to the right place, Karina.
And since Dean also mentioned that they're getting a shirt, we also have a Parker Get a Job hoodie that we will also be giving out to the highest bidder. So whoever gets that gets all three. And the hoodie, once we find out who you are, we'll get your size details and everything, and we'll make one for you, and you'll get all that together. So once again, if you have any questions for us or anything, feel free to let us know. If you have any questions about this, let us know. Adam has given me permission to speak on anything that I want to talk about. And so this just means a lot to him. He essentially would be today on either maintenance or doing a lot better if it was not for this healthcare company that has decided to pull his chemo and pull his drug that he needs. So it is not an exaggeration to say that the healthcare company in this case is what is causing his slow demise. And for that to me is so immoral that I can't even put into words, because I'm watching somebody get sicker and sicker every day because they will not cover a much needed drug. So, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If we can see it, there's a lot of people in here, but we'll answer any question that you have.
Yeah, and wow, we are already over $1,000 over on that GoFundMe. That is phenomenal, you guys.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That is great. You guys are great. I'm really happy we could come together as a community to hopefully help Adam out. Now, I do want to say, because I do know that the rate of return on TikTok, we get a lot of new people coming in and coming out at any given moment. Just once again to reiterate for everybody that just came in here, kind of heard some things that Matt shared with us, but doesn't know where to find your call to action. You could go into my link tree in the bio on TikTok, the description on the YouTube stream, or Parker or Matt's account, and publicly access the GoFundMe through there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And even $1 is great because we have, so many people here, and even $1 makes a huge difference because the goal is high, but I will be donating at the end of this. We all will be donating. We want to give as much as we possibly can because he has been fighting and fighting and fighting this company for months now, and it's to say that it's an uphill battle is a vast understatement. And so this is the moment when we need to come together to fight this because one person cannot fight a multi-billion-dollar healthcare company. And so if anything that will continue to allow him to get the care he needs to be on this earth is what we all need.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to add anything on, Parker?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, just like this shit like really gets to me. It's like really fucking sad. And I'm just trying to keep it in, but like I just want to say, everyone, Adam is someone who's been in the community for a really long time. Someone who's been here literally for years. God, yeah, like it's just crazy that like the insurance company can sit there and be the one to determine whether or not someone gets to live or die is like my fucking it's just insane to me. It's fucking mind baffling.
Do you remember? Well, see, Parker, you and Dean were too young, but as I was coming out of high school, there was a big debate when the ACA was going to be passed, and the Republicans were screaming about death panels, about how this was government death panels. They're going to decide who lives and who dies, and we already have that. Like that's the biggest crock of it all, right? We already have that. We have millionaires sitting in these companies already, making life and death decisions, and this is on full display. And some of us might not see it a lot, but I'm watching a friend die before my eyes. And I never thought that I would see that. I am prepared for death when it comes to old people, when it comes to grandparents, parents. But to watch somebody my age who has a treatable form of cancer and to watch him slowly go through these struggles really puts things into perspective. It tells me, one, it reminds me how lucky I am, but also it reminds me that even in the harshest moments, that someone like him would reach out to me and to Dean and Parker. Oh, well. To show that we brought him joy, and that he wanted to make it known that because he was in such a dark place. And so I feel like in both that I'm getting such a perspective on this, that because you don't often see this. You don't often see somebody be led to their grave because of greed. And that's what this is. It was essentially told to him that that was the reason. And so it really puts things into perspective about how lucky so many of us are, and that we don't have these struggles. And it matters so much that we come together in moments like this, because if not, then I don't really see much of a point to like a lot of things, because it's so I'm just yapping at this point, but that's essentially it's very tough because there's not much any one of us can really do, but together we can do a lot. And so I thank everybody who has donated. You all have done so much for Adam already, and I really want you to know how much it means to us that you all are coming together to be and help us to make sure that he gets the care that he needs. So
I'd
I'll leave it at
also
that.
like to show some very, very, very special love to Gerard for the $500 contribution to Adam's GoFundMe. And I just once again like to reiterate for everybody new kind of coming in here. I saw that Matt did get a live restriction, so the live isn't really pushing out to anybody new, which by the way is fucking crazy. Like we can't even do a fundraiser for a friend without TikTok telling us we're doing something wrong. That right now we're hosting a fundraiser for our friend Adam, who has cancer and had his insurance cut him off from any continued support to pay for his chemotherapy and daily medication. And if you'd like to support Adam, please do not support through my personal Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chats, but rather through the crowdfunding source through GoFundMe that you could find in any of our bios, meaning through my link tree on TikTok, on YouTube in the bio, in Parker's account, Matt's account, etc. And I have seen another 2 people over on YouTube Super Chat. Just know that your money will go to Adam. Yeah, your money will go to Adam. Don't worry about that. But please, preferably, please donate that money straight to the GoFundMe. Yeah, it's devastating, man. And it's just so interesting how the healthcare system is just so inefficient and kills so many people every single year because of corporate greed. And how it's been politicized and propagandized to an extent where a significant portion of America doesn't care, doesn't agree, doesn't see it. That's why that's why we're doing this, because Adam had his insurance pulled. And if you're curious, I thought I'd also go through and read a message left by Adam. So this is straight from the bio of the GoFundMe. This is all Adam's words. I just thought that I'd repeat them. It all started in December of 2023. I developed a severe illness that I cannot pronounce, and an MRSA infection, which caused my left leg to triple in size. I ended up having surgery to remove an abscess deep in my leg. I was then sent to a rehab care facility to heal and do physical therapy. I went on medical leave from work at this time. While here, I developed a severe case of COVID, which had me bedridden for around 3 weeks. After my wound healed, I was still doing physical therapy. Not long after, I developed weird symptoms, and after a battery of tests, I was diagnosed with an acute form of leukemia. I soon started on chemo with a daily medication regimen. Over time, my chemo and medication doses were slowly increased as my condition was not responding. In September of last year, I had 2 emergency surgeries within a week to fix another medical condition that I cannot pronounce, an intestinal bleed. And as the leukemia was decimating my clotting factors, I have continued to be in the care facility and on medical leave, owing my financial survival to the smart decision of having short and long-term disability insurance through work. Recently, my healthcare company decided to cut off my chemo treatments, mostly due to, quote, lack of improvement or progression after an extended period of treatment. I submitted an appeal, and as of this writing, a case manager has still not been assigned. They then refused to pay for my daily pill regimen, citing as evidence that being on the highest dosages was unnecessary and that the lowest dosage should suffice, or that a different, lower-cost medication would work, even though my doctors advised the medication that I was on was the best for the type of leukemia I had, especially with it not responding to the chemo. That has also been included in my appeal. This medication is about $600 per tablet, so paying out of pocket has not been an option. Even with all that, the insurance company continues to cause me nothing but grief. My doctors at the cancer center and the care facility are constantly fighting with them over how much pain, anxiety, and nausea medicine I should be allowed per day. Since the beginning of the year, copays for appointments and especially medications have been climbing with little to no justification. The copay for the care facility where I'm residing has even gone up. I am draining myself through the costs of copays and care facility doctor's appointments and my portion owed for the chemo treatments, keeping my health insurance, and my daily medication to manage symptoms, as well as my multiple anxiety and depressive disorders. My clotting factors have dropped more after being cut off, and I've developed multiple microclots in the tiny blood vessels throughout my body. That is so incredibly disappointing, and just sad, and aggravated.
Yeah, I mean, the worst part is that essentially he was on the medication that he was on now, and he was stable, right? And it was and as that stated, but also I've seen the documents as that stated, it was because he was not quote unquote making progress that they denied it all.
Yeah.
And so the fact that he was stable enough to be alive isn't good enough, apparently, right? That's not good enough. He has to be, quote, making progress. And so, and since, and it is well documented to this health insurance company that since being taken off these medications, he has been going down in health. And and so that's why we're doing this, because had we not, and given the slow rolling that this health insurance company is doing, you know, I don't know if he would have lasted the year. And so that's why we're doing this, is because we want to at least keep him here with us for a longer amount of time. Because theoretically, this type of cancer should be treatable. But apparently in the United States, it's only treatable if you have the money to be able to pay for it.
Once again, you could find the link to the GoFundMe in any of our bios, whether that's on the TikTok stream or the YouTube stream. It's all in the bios or the description on YouTube.
And I'm happy to whoever, as I said, even the smallest amount that you can donate is great.
Yeah.
$1 is great. We all will be donating some, and so you all already doing just amazing work. So from the bottom of all of our hearts, we really thank you to everybody here. It means so much to us to be able to come together and support him. So we really do thank you for it. And um, in addition to the gifts, we'll do, if you want to DM me, if you want to do anything to whoever, because I'll be in contact with whoever donates the most, and we're happy to, you know, um, basically, like shout you out, do something like that, because we really want you to know that we all thank every single one of you that has done it. Like every single one of you, no matter how small it matters to me so much. And I will be going through all of the donations so far, every single one of them, and I'll be thanking each of you individually. I'm going to spend one day entirely, and I'm going to be thanking every single one of you straight from me. Since I'm the one that set up the GoFundMe, and from Dean, Parker, Adam, all of us, you have our thanks to the bottom of our hearts.
And the minimum on GoFundMe is $5.
Oh, okay, 5.
And so that means that if you're watching this live right now, and you got $5 to spare, seriously, just $5, we could have the goal met on the GoFundMe in less than 5 minutes.
We are already halfway there.
Great.
Halfway there. And I put that goal as a long shot goal, everybody. I'm entirely not kidding, right? I was gonna put like a low one because I wanted to make sure that it was at least like achievable, right? But like right now we are over halfway there.
But then I'd also like to add on here, if you don't have $5 to spare, being in the live and engaging, commenting, liking, sharing is just as meaningful. Seriously, because that helps this live get out to more people.
Yep.
Matt, do you happen to have a backup account that you could come up on?
Yeah. I do.
Okay, I think it's worth doing that since you have a live restriction. We'd be able to push the live out to more people.
I'll put that in my bio for my other account. So just give me like 1 minute or so.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks.
And then once again, I'd just like to reiterate for everybody new joining in, we have a mod here on TikTok that is incredibly active in our community and has been forever. A very valuable and meaningful member of the community that has come down with cancer and has had his insurance deny him further treatment, which is killing him. And we have made a GoFundMe to publicly fundraise for Adam to help continue to pay for his chemotherapy as well as his daily medicine. So you could find that in the link to in the link in any of our bios. And if you have $5 to spare, or if you just want to go read through the entirety of Adam's story, you could find that on the GoFundMe.
Yeah, everyone, the top link tree in the bio. Everyone, I'm sorry, I've been really quiet. Just
No, I understand, Parker.
Yeah,
you are all good.
I just my grandpa had cancer, and that's how he died. And
Don't apologize, man.
that's like
Never-
I think it's also like
Never apologize for empathy, Parker. We need more empathy, especially today. And Adam is in the YouTube live right now. Adam, if you want to come up here, please feel free to. Adam just said in the YouTube live, thank you so much, everyone. I'm so emotional, I can't speak. Now you certainly don't have to join the TikTok live, Adam. I understand, but if you feel like you want to, out of your own accord, feel free to. And then once again, if you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to support Adam, you could do so through the bio. It's just my link tree. I think right now it says like support on Venmo and PayPal, then it points to the link tree. Don't support on Venmo or PayPal. Click on that link tree, and the top link says help Adam. All right. Matt 2.0. There we go.
Did it stop the age restriction?
It shows that I still have a restriction, but then when I click on it, it shows that I don't still have a restriction. So I don't really know.
It did the opposite to me yesterday. I don't know what. TikTok looks really weird recently.
Yeah. Yeah. Are we at 10K? Holy crap, we're at 11K.
I just want to say, like, I just like appreciate this community so much. Like, that's actually like so fun. That's like so crazy.
You guys are awesome. Yeah, privatized healthcare without an alternative of public healthcare is, in my mind, one of the most evil results of capitalism. Yeah, it's evil. The idea that we should have these companies focused on generating a profit, being the judge, jury, and executioner of humans with diseases and illnesses and disabilities that can kill them and will kill them if untreated, is
yeah,
it's insane.
It is, yeah. So everybody, we are less than 1,500 away from the goal. And everybody, I will leave this up, so you're welcome to, and I'll give updates on it as we go along. You're welcome to, donate even after this if you want to. If you want to reach out privately and you prefer to do a donation privately, I'm in direct contact with Adam. I'll make sure that he gets it. All of this will be going to him, every single bit of it. And so, again, I just can't believe we're already so. As I said, I put that number in as like a freaking Hail Mary. Like, it wasn't even in my. I had no concept that was even possible. But in less than 40 minutes, we've raised $13,800, and that's just unbelievable to me.
1,400. 14,000.
Okay, 1,400. Okay, yeah. Okay, now we're less than 800.
We're gonna reach that goal. We're not.
Yeah, I know. Like, I just can't believe that. Like, that just is. And as I said, every single one of you, because right now we're at over 700 individual donations. I'm going to be thanking every single one of you.
Holy crap, Lily, with the $800.
Oh my God.
Dollar contribution.
Lily.
Holy cow.
Oh my God.
And then also Jennifer and Jessica. You know who you guys are? I gotcha.
So we are now over the 15,000. We're at 16,000 right now. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Don't stop. Don't stop. That's
don't stop, everybody. Like I said,
I know what to say. Don't stop.
Yeah, I mean, had I known that everybody was gonna come in clutch, then I would have put like 20 or something. But y'all are blowing my expectations so much.
Adam just said in the YouTube comment section, I never thought anyone would care. I literally can't speak. Adam, you are so loved.
Yeah.
By every single soul in this live.
Adam
You're
has
so
been
incredibly loved.
Adam has been telling me about his struggles, not just with the health, but with family and with friends. and he honestly sees all of us as his family and his friends. Um, I know what it's like. I'm sure we all do. We all know what it's like to be alone, especially in times like this. And when he reached out to me, it's one of the things that I pride myself on. There's not a lot of things that I can contribute to on TikTok and everything, but one thing that I seem to do, is I seem to be a person in which people can come to me to voice their frustrations, their needs, their their sadness, their loneliness. And Adam is one person who I am grateful did reach out. Anybody can reach out, and I will always be a listening ear to literally anybody. But 800 people donating, and we're at, what is it? We're at over $17,000 right now, and all of this will be keeping him alive.
And also,
Oh,
KT, KT with the $10 on YouTube Super Chat for Adam. Once again, KT, I will get that money to Adam. However, I would highly recommend, for your first movement, if you would like to support, to please support through the GoFundMe.
and Elizabeth with the $1,000 donation.
Oh my God.
God, Elizabeth. WU, thank you, Elizabeth. Bless you. Thank you so much. You have no idea. You have no idea. Damn.
I have such like a weird sense of like crying right now because I'm like sad and crying because like I'm
It's like happy
sad because
crying.
of like what's
Yeah.
happening, but I'm also like happy,
Happy crying.
crying
I know.
at like just how amazing the community is. Like I'm like
Your brain doesn't know how to.
I
I
don't
know.
know how to like.
Yeah, I
I
know.
don't know how to respond.
I know.
Oh my God, my brain is just it's like.
I know. But for everybody here, as I said, if anybody, I'm going to be to all the highest donors. So to Gerard, Elizabeth, every single one of you, I'll be reaching out individually to thank you. I'm going to thank everybody. I mean, like we're already almost at 1,000 people that have donated, like 826. So you all will get a personal thank you from me. So I can't express how absolutely
I also just want to say,
thankful I am.
How long? When did you make the GoFundMe page? Was it right before?
No, it was like, well, no, 'cause I mean, made it. I had it made like 3 days ago, and then I just
So,
didn't have it go
really
live,
recently.
and then I had it go live like an hour ago.
So the GoFundMe page went live an hour ago, and in the first hour or hour and a half, there's been $18,000 raised and
Yep.
800 people
Yep,
donated.
that's right. Yep. Yep.
I think there's a really big chance that this will end up being on like the featured GoFundMe is just
so.
on the website. So I think that everybody, apart from the good that you've done for Adam by supporting through the GoFundMe now, that this will end up being within like the trending section on
Yep. And thank you to Emma also for the $750. Thank you so much, Emma.
And
W Emma.
And John de Valentine, I saw the Venmo. I'll get that to Adam. And you don't worry, Jonda. I got you covered.
Yep.
You know I love you, Jonda. I know exactly who you are. You really remind me a lot of my own grandma. And I will make sure I get that money to Adam. Miss John de Valentine.
We're almost at 20. So we're at 19.3. So we're almost at 20. We'll be live, everybody here doing this for about another 14 to 15 minutes. Hell, and then, as I said, we'll be, I want to reiterate just for anybody who's new coming in, if you donate the highest, if you donate, we are going to be giving out a Parker Get a Job merch. So you get a mug, you get
That again, everyone, that we're not going to be selling this is just like exclusive stuff.
Yeah.
Like I'm not selling this.
Yeah.
Oh,
in the future, I might make some other type merch stuff, but this is not stuff I'm going to be selling.
Yep. And also a sweatshirt also that we'll get your size for. And then Dean also is giving away some What was it, Dean?
The Dean Team Dream Team merch.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you all a shirt for that too. So y'all getting some exclusive things that no one else has. So
Shit, do you think it's possible to raise the goal?
I mean, I can raise it to. You know what, everybody? I'll do that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna raise it because we're already at almost 20. I'm gonna raise it. I'm gonna raise it to 22. I wonder. I bet I know that this community
I
can
think we
do
could
that.
get to 50K.
Oh hell! Oh my God! Yeah.
I'll
tell everybody.
I think we could.
If we get to 22, if we get to 22 in 5 minutes, I'll raise it to 50. Okay? In 5 minutes, if we get over 22, I'll raise it to 50. Oh, well, shit. Okay. Well, fuck.
I said 23.
Okay. Okay. Well, fuck me. Okay. All right. Okay, everybody. I'm going 50K because why? Because we can. Like
Dude,
this. Okay, everybody. We're at 50, and if we get to 50, I will. Okay. You know what? No. I personally, you know what I'll do personally? I will fly out. I will pay money. I'll fly out to either Dean or Parker, and I'll do a fucking. I'll box Dean. I don't give a shit anymore. Like Dean might kick my ass or something, but I don't really care. Like I'll box him. I'll do like a dueling guitar or something. I don't care. Like I'll do it. Okay. I'll go out to Parker and.
How about we do that? We'll figure it out. We'll get in an area where I could be on the keys. You get on the guitar, and we'll make some tunes.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. We'll make you a custom song.
Ah, I like that.
Yeah. Custom song, everybody. And I'm not joking. And you can even specify, do you want it like soulful and acoustic? Do you want it hard and heavy with some electric guitar? I can do it all. And then Dean will rock out on that piano, either in a nice way or in a heavy way. I mean, we'll get you exactly what you're looking for.
Might even get Parker on the mic.
Parker on the mic with those amazing singing skills.
Holy crap, Haley just donated $1,600.
Oh my God. Oh my God. $1,600. I don't know.
Dude, I'm gonna be crying the whole damn
I
hour,
know,
bro.
I know. Parker's gonna need water because he's gonna be losing it in
Dude.
Haley, thank you so much, Haley. You really have no idea, Haley. Like,
dude, unreal.
Yeah, I don't even think the live tracker is like updating now because there's like so much that it just can't like keep track because I'm like loading it and it just like is it's like discombobulated.
Yeah,
I think we're at 2,400. I think.
Holy shit. 24,000. Yes, we're at 24,000.
Oh yeah, sorry. 24,000, sorry. My brain's also mush. 24,000.
Oh, this is just beautiful, man. Oh, excuse me. This is just beautiful. This is just very,
and
very
now we're over 24. So again, thank you to everybody here. You have no idea. It is at 50K. So I will leave this up. This will be up. I'm gonna leave it in my bio. Dean and Parker will have it in their link trees. We'll have it all. So, and as I said, all of this is going to support his efforts to make sure that Adam gets the medication that he needs to stay with us. And right now, we have made enough for him to be able to stay with us for a while he fights he who shall not be named. It that shall not be named.
Orange.
Yeah.
The annoying orange.
That and also the greedy company that shall not be named, because apparently that will get us, in trouble. And the link is in my bio. If you click on my profile, it's right there. It'll take you to it.
Hey, on second thought, I'm getting word that it may be illegal to incentivize donations with merch. So
really,
yeah, we're possibly. I mean, I don't know. It's an unsubstantiated.
Not
claim.
that you sell.
Yeah.
We're not selling the merch.
Just-
I made very clear that we weren't selling.
But just to
with any clothes
because
as
we-
donations
we-
prize.
we
they
don't
do that all the time at raffles.
We don't want to do anything illegal. So instead,
It's not merch because it's not.
Just follow me here.
Okay.
Have some trust. Have some trust in me.
Okay.
So we're actually not gonna give anybody merch for your donations. But maybe later this month, me and Parker and Matt, we're kind of feeling generous. We're thinking about maybe, launching a merch line in the future, and we kind of want to do some test runs. So I might just randomly choose somebody to, try out the merch, see how it is. So you could tell me how it is before we launch it. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not selling any of the stuff that I
Bro.
got ever.
Yes, you are. You're going to launch this
I
line
am?
later. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're just doing a soft launch, testing it out.
Okay.
Allegedly. There we go.
Hypothetically.
Fuck the law, dude. This shit's so bullshit, dude. It's so stupid.
It is.
It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Shit sucks, dude.
Traceless says, Dean, it's okay if the presidents can do many illegal things. Obviously, anybody in the country can. No, the president.
Our president's literally a criminal right now.
Is
Yeah.
the only person who can get away with it.
Oh, God damn it, dude.
Something the chat says, isn't that what Kickstarter is? You donate and get a prize. Well, I think the reason why it's illegal in the context of crowdfunding for causes, it probably falls into some implication of taxation.
Probably.
Yeah, how it's taxed, which then makes it illegal, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think Dean is correct.
Yeah, just a totally unrelated giveaway. Yeah.
All right, everybody. So we've been live for a little bit less than for about 50 minutes or so. We'll stay on for a little while longer. We're almost to $25,000 in less than an hour is insane. So we all want to thank you so much. So we're halfway
People are
there.
saying to tell Adam's story one more time.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I got you. So this is Adam. It goes by the name of Witch King here on TikTok. He's been a mod in our community for years. He was here at the beginning, at the beginning. So this is Adam's story. It all started in December of 2023. I developed a severe cellulitis and MRSA infection, which caused my left leg to triple in size. I ended up having surgery to remove an abscess deep in my leg. I was then sent to a rehab care facility to heal and do physical therapy. I went on medical leave from work at this time. While here, I developed a severe case of COVID, which had me bedridden for about 3 weeks. After my wound healed, I was still doing physical therapy. Not long after, I developed weird symptoms, and after a battery of tests, I was diagnosed with an acute form of leukemia. I soon started on chemo and a daily medication regimen. Over time, my chemo and medication dosages were slowly increased as my condition was not responding. In September of last year, I had 2 emergency surgeries within a week to fix a splenetic and intestinal bleed as the leukemia was decimating my clotting factors. I have continued to be in the care facility and on medical leave, owing my financial survival to the smart decision of having short and long-term disability insurance through my work. Recently, my health insurance company decided to cut off my chemo treatments, mostly due to, quote, lack of improvement or progression after an extended period of treatment. I submitted an appeal, and as of this writing, a case manager has not been assigned. They then refused to pay for my daily pill regimen, citing as evidence that being on the highest dosage was unnecessary and that the lowest dosage should suffice, or that a different lower cost medication would work, even though my doctors advised that the medication that I was on was the best for my type of leukemia that I had, especially with it not responding to the chemo. That has also been included in my appeal. This medication is about $600 per tablet, so paying out of pocket is not an option. Even with all that, the insurance company continues to cause me nothing but grief. My doctors at the cancer center and the care facility are constantly fighting with them over how much pain, anxiety, and nausea medicine I should be allowed per day. Since the beginning of the year, co-pays for appointments and especially for the medications have been climbing with little or no justification. The co-pay for the care facility where I'm residing has even gone up. I am draining myself through the cost of co-pays for the care facility, doctor's appointments, my portion owed for chemo treatments, keeping up with my health insurance payment, and my daily medication to manage symptoms, as well as my multiple anxiety and depressive disorders. My clotting factors have dropped more after being cut off, and I have developed multiple microclots in the tiny blood vessels throughout my body. So that's the story. Essentially, this whole thing could possibly have been prevented, or he would have at least have been stable had they not cut off his medications.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely awful to me. Like the simple fact that a health insurance company can do that is just insane to me. Insane.
Theodora, I did see your super chat. I'll make sure that gets down there. So then also just put it out there, you guys. Although this is, this stream where we are coming together and, spending an hour straight talking about it and incentivizing you guys to support, that GoFundMe is going to remain in our bios for a little bit. So keep that in mind, just because we're about to end this fundraiser stream soon doesn't mean that the fundraiser is over. And that you can still donate to the GoFundMe. You can still support Adam, and that's not going to change.
Yeah.
So,
and you'll continue to get thank yous from me, from Dean and Parker. We all really want you all to know that it doesn't matter really how much you donated. I'm going to be thanking every single one of you, because we're already at 975 people who have donated something, and I'm going to be thanking every single one of them. So I really appreciate it. And to everybody on YouTube that has donated, also thank you. Dean's going to be making sure to get that also to Adam, and so we're going to be just making sure that all the money that is being donated here goes to him.
Right.
He also has just told us just how thankful he is.
Also, Kat with a $50 over on YouTube super chat, and then James, I did see your message there, and I'll make sure to get that to Adam. Now
and everyone also, can everyone get a W in the chat for Matt?
Yeah.
And for Dean, everyone, Matt for setting everything like
Parker.
here up, right? And contacting with like Adam to get everything going, and Dean for literally utilizing his platform, right, to be able to do this. Everyone, like seriously, that is like, I just want everyone to get recognition as well. Like this is like a really important thing that like, you know, as a community, like we have the power to be able to do, and this is like fucking insane. Like I'm some fucking random kid from Iowa. I grew up in Iowa, you know,
And W.
and like
Parker.
now there's thousands of people that we can cultivate together as a community, right, to be able to like help people out, which is just insane to me. Like it's like a really like a crazy feeling. I don't know how to explain
No,
it, but
I agree.
It's, you know, I think that a lot of kind of what we do with debates and how we use that as a means to an end of spreading the good, trying to get more people to think critically, is kind of like predicated on this idea that maybe if we do these lives, more people will critically think, which means we'll generate better outcomes in the future. And I love being able to take advantage of the platform to generate good right now. And I think that this is one way we could do that. And then also, Sid, I do see your super chat over there saying the GoFundMe hates me so much it won't let me donate to there. Wanted to show some support for sure. Sid, I'll make sure I get that to Adam with the $200. That is absolutely insane. Please show some love to Sid. Yeah, that is absolutely insane. Don't worry. I have a running
someone
list.
said he's featured on the main page under medical, like 3 down.
Good.
Nice.
Good. That's awesome.
Yeah, that I like.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go cook my girlfriend dinner. I appreciate everyone so much for showing up and showing out on the live today. Keep in mind.
Can I just like actually call y'all real quick, like right after?
Yeah. Keep in mind that just because the live is ending, the fundraiser is not. So, keep that in mind. Just because the live is ending, the fundraiser is not ending.
Yep.
You
And I'm going to
continue
leave it in
support.
my bio for days. Dean and Parker will also have it in their link tree also. So anytime you see it, and again, even the minimum means so much, and we honestly can't thank you all enough. Like there are no words that can be said that can thank you enough, and so I'll be reaching out to thank people and I'll make sure that everybody gets a thank you from me. So I love you all so much, and with that, thank you all for making this a very, very successful fund me. Like I said, in an hour we have almost got to $26,000, and that's just bonkers. That's
That's
So
awesome.
thank you all so much.
It's phenomenal. All right. Well, Parker, yeah, feel free to give a ring. For everybody watching on TikTok, you guys are awesome. I love the community that we've been able to build here. And just know that you are a big part of that. And I will see you all tomorrow. And you guys are awesome. And good night.
Bye, everybody.
For everybody watching at home on YouTube, I've seen a couple people asking me to read B's Dono. Let's see if the viewer activity will load up. And by the way, if I've missed any donations through super chats on here that are directed to Adam, don't worry, I'll be able to look back after the fact and see them all. B with the 14 Canadian dollars. I'm getting that call from Parker and Matt, so I gotta head off soon. I'm a disabled gal from Canada, and I'm welling up in tears watching this number go up. Cheers, Adam. The Canadian government thinks that disabled people can live on $1,000 a month. I'm so sorry, B. And today we did something good. We did something really good. And we're going to continue to do something good. If you want to support Adam after this live stream ends, you could find it through the link tree in the description of this video. And I hope that everyone has a good rest of your night. I'll see you tomorrow.